luck with that.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. It's May 14th, 2026. I'm going to go ahead and call the Newark City Council meeting to order. And I'm going to ask Riley and Scout to come up here and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, girls.
Play ball.
Let the record show that all city council members are here this evening. And we're going to go ahead and move on to item 1, where we are going to recognize the Kennedy Elementary School for their athletic prowess. And I'm going to ask Principal Lewis Lindsay to join me, along with the girls' team and their coaches, Andrew Chang and Billy Lopes. Girls, stay seated. This council loves to recognize both academic success, which I know these girls are all successful in that endeavor, but we also like to recognize athletic success. And so we're going to go ahead and issue a commendation to the Kennedy Elementary School, and then I'm going to have the coach call each girl up individually to accept their certificate, okay? Whereas on February 15, 2026, the Kennedy Elementary School girls soccer team brought home the Newark Cup Championship trophy in incredible fashion by going undefeated in the tournament, 4 wins and no losses. Whereas the Kennedy Elementary girls soccer team played together and fought hard every game, winning their first Newark Cup championship in a long time. Whereas the team came together with only 1 month of practice, and despite the team having girls with a wide variety of soccer experience, each player worked hard and helped one another to get better. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hannon, on behalf of my Newark City Council, will recognize each one of the girls that are here tonight on their outstanding win and for bringing the trophy back to Kennedy Elementary. And I do want to say thank you to Coach Andrew Chang and Coach Billy Lopes. Let's hear for the coaches. So, Coach, if you'd call the girls up one by one, we'll make sure we get them certificates.
Yep. Yeah, I got it. So first up, we'll go Anisha Agarwal.
You can go in and stand over here, honey.
Emma Bingham. Catherine Binkley. Alana Carranza. Sophia Carranza. Kaylin Chang.
Sorry.
Charlotte Chin. Jaya Joshi. Malia Lopez. Riley Monlux. Gianna Natale. Ari Ortiz Esparza. Scout Parigan. Elena Rodriguez. And last but not least, Rachel Saran. And I just want to say I'm super proud of these girls. They're a blend of 3rd through 5th graders. One thing I'm super proud of is we're I think, one of the few teams that didn't do any cuts. So we took everyone that tried out. Some had really good experience, some didn't have a lot of experience in soccer, but they all helped each other. So it's really cool to see that Newark spirit come together and Kennedy spirit. So thank you.
Present one to you, Coach.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the coaches and to the parents and especially the girls for all your hard work. We really appreciate you going out there representing Kennedy, representing this community, and we just appreciate the opportunity just to be here and to share this experience with you. Again, thank you to the coaches. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Coaches and my colleagues, you want to come down for a photo, girls? Why don't you stand here in the front? You get a nice group photo with the council. Okay, some of you may need to kneel in the front.
All right, we're gonna start over here first, and then okay. So 1, 2, 3. Winners. Winners.
One more time, guys.
1, 2, 3.
Winners!
You girls want to put one finger up? Right, number one place? Yeah. Number one.
Number 1. All right. Thank you.
Congratulations, girls. Are there any representatives from the boys soccer team here tonight?
No.
You know what, they say no so quickly, but you know what the boys are all doing tonight? They're all home doing their homework, right? How many of you believe that? I do want to take a moment, though. I want to take a moment to recognize the boys program, though, as well. Whereas on February 15, 2026, the Kennedy Elementary School boys soccer team brought home the Newark Cup Championship trophy in incredible fashion by going 3-1 in the tournament. Kennedy Elementary School soccer team played together and fought very hard every game, winning their first Newark Cup Championship also in a long time. The team came together with only 1 month's worth of practice, despite the team having boys with a wide variety of soccer experience. Each player worked hard and helped one another. Therefore, Michael Hand, the mayor, on behalf of my colleagues on the city council, will leave these commendations with the principal and request that he distribute them to them at the school at some point. Certainly, if you'd like the council or us to be available when those are distributed, we're happy to do that. Just simply ask you to coordinate with the city manager, okay? Let's hear it for the boys. Yes. These are all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to proclaim Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander AANPI Heritage Month. I'm going to ask my colleague, Councilmember Julie Del Contancio, to come down and join me. And I'd like to request representatives from the various organizations, the Director of Life of Ohlone College, Hing Potter, Birch Grove Primary School teacher Denise Nguyen, the President of the Filipino National Historical Society, Linda Canales, and city staff are present to accept the proclamation. City staff, please come up. Council member?
Thank you, Your Honor. Whereas the month of May is identified as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month to pay tribute to the generations of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders who have enriched America's history and are instrumental in its future success. And whereas AANHPI Heritage Month commemorates the beginning of Japanese immigration to the United States on May 7, 1843, and to mark the anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10, 1869, made possible by Chinese immigrant railroad workers, and whereas originally a week-long celebration initiated in 1977, it was expanded to a full month by President George H.W. Bush in 1990 and signed into law in 1992. And whereas in 2021, the observance was officially expanded to specifically include Native Hawaiians, reflecting a broader commitment to recognizing the full spectrum of AANHPI identities, and whereas California's home to over 7.3 million Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander residents. This population represents one of the state's fastest growing racial groups, with over 25% growth between 2010 and 2020. AANHPI individuals represent approximately 15.5% of California's total population. Mayor?
Thank you. Therefore, I, Michael Hannon, the mayor of the city of Newark, on behalf of my entire city council, want to take a moment and proclaim May of 2026 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander AANHPI Heritage Month in Newark, and encourage all members of the community to engage in efforts to learn and respect the history of the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities and take part in local cultural events. So let's recognize these organizations and these folks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I have them speak, I wanted to say a few words about Denise Nguyen. She has 25 years of teaching experience in Newark Unified, mostly at Birch Grove Primary, formerly known as Bunker. She's also the youth coordinator for the Vietnamese youth group. She has 2 students here in Newark at Lincoln Elementary. She's been school site council, leadership representative, alumni scholarship reader, amenities committee, science presenter and coordinator, GATE teacher, intervention math teacher, master and mentor teacher, served as panel to interview principals, taught grades 6, 5, 3, and 1, and currently teaching grade 2. She also got her teaching credential at Cal State Hayward, and she was the GED teacher at Valencitos, a vocational school for Hayward and Berkeley prior to coming to Newark 25 years ago. Additionally, we also have Linda Canales from a nonprofit, Filipino National Historic Society, which started in 1982, which is a nonprofit representing not only the Tri-City area, but also nationally. It contributes to the National Pinoy Archives and perspectives of Filipino American history. From Maloney College, we have King Potter of Student Life, representing Associated Student Senators who are also present. We have some Maloney students.
Thank you, Council Member. I just want to take a moment also to recognize further the Filipino National Historical Society continues to be the primary resource for documenting the 400-plus year history of Filipinos in the United States, providing extensive volunteer-run records and historical, cultural, and educational opportunities. And so, therefore, we're going to recognize the Filipino National Historical Society by giving this proclamation and thank them for sharing the history, culture, and contributions of Filipino Americans in a variety of fields, including arts, science, education, medicine, politics, civic engagement, activism, and emerging technologies, and encourage all Newark residents to learn more about this rich culture and contributions. So I'm going to go ahead and first present to Linda this commendation for the Filipino National Historical Society. Linda, and I know you want to say a few words. Let's get a picture first. Thank you. Julie?
Thank you so much. Your speech was almost similar to mine. Would you duly ask to share with you the impact of the Filipino National Historical Society? We actually have 45 chapters all over the United States, and our group have the East Bay here in this part of California. So thank you so much for organizing this, and I will share just a few of the impact of funds with the community. They include the following: preserving history by documenting and archiving immigration stories and ensuring that contributions of the Filipino Americans to the United States history, culture, and economy are not forgotten. They also include strengthening and promoting cultural identity, bridging generational divides by hosting community events, educational programs, and cultural exhibitions. This organization fosters a robust sense of identity and belonging for Filipino Americans and awareness of Filipino American culture to our broader community. It also includes bridging generations by linking older immigrants with the younger ones, U.S.-born generations through oral histories and storytelling, ensuring that heritage, history, and traditions are passed down. And lastly, for tonight, by enhancing visibility and actively combating the erasure of Asian American and Pacific Islander experiences by leading educational efforts such as the National Observation of the Filipino American History Month every October. Thank you so much.
Mr. Porter, you wanted to say a few words?
Thank you, everyone. I don't have much to say other than the fact that I'm standing here with some of our amazing, bright students from Ohlone College who do a very good job to represent our student body, the hard work that they do, especially this last year with the Senate, and just making sure that they're inclusive of their experiences, which obviously includes the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander communities that we serve at Ohlone College. We're proud to be doing the hard work, proud to be out there in the community with everybody, making sure that everyone has the support that they need to be academically successful in and outside of the classroom. And I'll just say that we maintain the ability to be the top 5 transfer community colleges here in the Bay Area, and without the support of our students here, that would not be possible. So thank you.
And I know Ms. Nguyen wants to say a few words, but before I allow her to do that, how many of you in the room are educators? Let's hear for the educators in our room. Council member Eve Marie Little is a professor. Councilmember Terrence Grindal has been a teacher at some of the grammar schools on occasion. Our former city manager was actually a substitute teacher back in the day. And of course, well, he could only handle kindergarten. And of course, Councilmember Julie Del Cantancio is a teacher currently. So last week was Teacher Awareness Month, or week. Is it week or month? Month. So, year. It's such an incredibly difficult job. Think of the responsibility our teachers have to start with young people as young as 4 and 5 years old, to try to put them in a position to one day, not only are they going to be athletic champions on the field, but they're going to be academic champions in the classroom as well. That's what teaching's all about. It's transitioning kids to an adult life where they're going to be significant contributors to all of our communities. And there's nothing you young people can't do if you set your mind to it and you work hard every day. There's nothing you can't do. One day, one of you students will be sitting here. Which one of you will be sitting mayor next year? In a few years? Not next year, back there. Not next year. You never run against the mayor currently. So I want to take a moment to recognize Ms. Nguyen and provide her with this commendation, thanking you for over 25 years of teaching. I think she started at the age of 9, and you're the reason why Newark schools are moving in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Del Catancio. Thank you, Mayor Hannan, and members of City Council. Thank you so much for this meaningful recognition as we celebrate API Month. I'm truly honored and humbled to receive this commendation. Next week, I will be also receiving my 25 years pin from the Newark Unified School District, and I'm proud to say that I've spent all 25 years of those years teaching. Thank you. Teaching at the same school. Vice Mayor Jorgens can attest that because he was actually my 5th grade student. I like to think that I taught him well since he's sitting right here with all of you. I also want to thank my family for coming out here tonight. This is the first visit to City Hall, and I'm especially glad that this could witness firsthand how this City Council recognizes and values the contributions of API community. Thank you again for this honor and celebrations for our community tonight.
Council, let's get a picture with the folks. Come on down. As long as you can still put your red buttons.
All right. Everyone over here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's do this one. Gwen, KG.
Where are my notes? Oh, here. No. I don't know what these all are.
I can get this if you want.
Yeah. Where's my notes that you gave me?
I can get this also. This is done. This is done also.
Oh, here it is.
And here is your next.
I guess we're taking a vote.
Come back up here. We'll be good. Firearm, great.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Special place for teachers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to return back to the proclamations. So today is Proclaiming Bike to Wherever Day and Fix Your Bike Day, and we're going to handle this in 2 different processes. First of all, I'm going to ask Management Analyst Morgan Peterson, Associate Civil Engineer Gerald Yang, and I'll present the proclamation to them. Let's hear it for them. Whereas Bike to Work Day started over 30 years ago in 1994 to celebrate biking as a fun, healthy commuting option and to inspire non-cyclists to give it a try. Whereas Bike to Work Day was officially rebranded as a Bike to Wherever Day, encouraging everyone to use their bike for more than just commuting. And whereas the bicycle is an economically and environmentally sustainable mode of transportation, an excellent form of recreation, and an effective means to conserve energy, actually to improve my waistline, but that's a different issue entirely, and improve the livability of communities. Whereas creating bicycle-friendly communities has been shown to improve residents' health, well-being, and quality of life, boost community spirit, improve traffic safety, expand transportation options, reduce air pollution and street congestion, and an integral part of the multi-module transportation system plan, both at the federal, state, regional, and local transportation governmental agencies. Now, therefore, I, Michael Henn, on behalf of my Newark City Council, proclaim Bike to Wherever Day in Newark and urge all Newark residents to ride their bicycles, whether it is for commuting, running errands, or recreation. So let's welcome and thank those that biked today. Did you want to say a few words?
And if you do not know, May is Bike Month, and to make your ride a little bit sweeter, we are launching a Bike to Boba Newark Boba Trail. You can pick up your passports out in the hallway, get discounts to Boba, get stamps, and get entered into a raffle for the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. Let me do this. Thank you. Well, in conjunction with Bike to Wherever, you need a bike that actually works well. So this is going to be Fix Your Bike Day also. And I'm going to ask the following folks to join me up here. I'd ask Wynn to join me at the Fremont Freewheelers Bicycle Club. Wynn? Here. There you go. Yay. Nice to see you. I would ask Mr. John Becker to join me from the Viola Blythe Community Center. Andreas to join me from the Bike Fremont also to join us. You'll notice with this mayor, if there's any difficult last names, we go on a first name basis. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Did not get that.
This guy's really a true hero for the community, by the way. I used to sit on the Stop Waste, and it's an organization that looks to, improve recycling, reuse, and things of that nature. And our organization presented I think it was a $9,000. Yes, to assist Wynn and his organizers to fix bikes, and they went through that entire grant. I can only imagine how many bikes you were able to get back working condition in that period of time, but
all of them.
All of them. Good answer. So thank you for that. And as to Viola Blythe, every year Viola Blythe gives out thousands of pounds of free food and clothing to those less fortunate. And every Christmas we give out gifts to children that are in need, and oftentimes those gifts include bicycles. And to see the smiles on kids' faces when they receive bicycles. And I know that the police department has been instrumental in donating funds to help us with that program as well. Whereas a healthy community requires cyclists to be able to ride their bicycles properly. Whereas proper bicycling also requires bicycles to be in good repair. Whereas I loved that when I was a kid. How many of you have gone down a steep hill when you were a kid and all of a sudden the chain came off? Does that ring a bell?
Oh, sure.
As you're making decisions, do I hang a left, do I hang a right, or what do I do? I remember those days. Yes. Whereas being in pursuit of bicycles in good repair requires outlets for individuals to be able to access and to afford these services, whereas equipment and supplies procured through the Viola Blythe Community Service Center with Fremont Freewheelers Bicycle Club, Bike Fremont, and funding from Stop Waste organization will benefit this community long after the initial grant is concluded. Whereas the hardworking and dedicated volunteers provide the faces and hands to those in need of free bicycle repairs, adjustments, tune-ups, flat repairs, and counseling. The City Council recognizes the leadership and dedication that leads to successful monthly Fix Your Bike Day bicycle events. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hanna, on behalf of the Newark City Council, do proclaim today to be Fix Your Bike Day and urge all Newark residents and Tri-City residents to keep their bicycles in top working conditions. So it's with great pleasure that I approve and award these certificates.
I would. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Thank you, Mayor Hannon. And this Fix Your Bike Day program wouldn't exist if it weren't for Mike to prove a point that with Stop Waste, the money can be funded to Southern Alameda County. And to John Becker and Viola Blythe Community Services to make me aware that they decided they wanted me to apply for the grant at Stop Waste, which in less than three weeks we were able to acquire. So the Fix Your Bike Day program of this one in Newark is probably the second largest in the country already. It's that successful. And you can measure this by in terms of people attending, the amount of waste diverted from the waste stream, or the amount of bikes that we fix. And so this is pretty incredible, right? Because it's just a volunteer effort. But it's more than that, because if you need a job skill, right, you can become a bicycle repairer, and to learn that skill, you can come and volunteer with this program. And if you do this for about 1 year, you'll be ready to start your own sole proprietorship repairing bikes on your own. I figure the city of Newark can support 14 of these bike repairers, and you would earn a substantial income, much better than through a retail outlet. Okay, what I'd like to do is bring my volunteers up, and we can take some pictures, but thank you very much, Mayor Hannon and the City Council.
Great. Take care. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mayor, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. So I didn't pronounce his name correctly. Damn. The city council got their hands dirty today. They got their hands dirty today. We were out there planting a tree, weren't we? We were planting a tree today. And so today we're going to issue a proclamation declaring Arbor Day. I'm going to ask Dan to come up and join me. Dan? Dan has been a long-standing, outstanding employee for the city of Newark, and we're really proud of the work that you do around our community. This man is a tree expert when it comes to our parks and our facilities. And when we have tree planting days, and I know a lot of my colleagues on the city council have joined me on tree planting days, Dan and the crew are out there preparing the land for those trees to be planted. And if I recall correctly, I think Yo-Yo told me that since 2000, I think we have planted I'm sorry, since the year 2000, I think we've planted over 1,000 trees, if I recall correctly. And it creates a healthy, beautiful environment. So Arbor Day, whereas the first Arbor Day was celebrated in 1872 to promote the reforestation of the plains of Nebraska. And that was and by the year 1920, more than 45 states and territories observed Arbor Day. Whereas Arbor Day will be observed in the city of Newark on May 14th. Whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, enhance the environment by providing habitat for animals, purify the air, and beautify our community. Whereas Arbor Day promotes tree appreciation, conservation, tree planting, and tree care. Whereas the city of Newark has been recognized the value of thousands of specimens of trees within the city limits and has consistently supported the planting and maintenance of approximately 13,000 trees on public property. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hanna, on behalf of my colleagues on the Newark City Council, proclaim today Arbor Day in Newark and urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to support our city urban forest program. So it's with great pleasure, Dan, I present you with a certificate. Thank you.
Can you take the officer
Yes.
here first? Okay. That's
It is true you hold the best for last. And, you know, we've talked at this council over the years how proud we are of our Newark Police Department, the quality of the work that they do, the fact that we are such a safe community and that our residents expect us to continue to provide that safe community. But we do so because of the outstanding individuals that work on our police department, led by their chief, Chief Arguello. Chief, are you here? I'm really proud that I'm able to announce the Police Officer of the Year, Mr. Thomas Dale. Thomas? Officer Dale, Officer of the Year, Detective Tom Dale now, has been with the Newark Police Department for nearly 3 years. I remember introducing Officer Dale here when he first came on to the city as a new employee. And in 3 short years, he's our Officer of the Year. We knew then what we know now. We hired an outstanding individual, an outstanding person to patrol and be a detective in our community. In that short time, he has earned the respect of his peers and proven that what impacts one makes are often a reflection of the work ethic of the entire police department. Officer Dale grew up in Concord, where he graduated from Ignacio Valley High School. After high school, he served 8 years in the Army as a counterintelligence agent. He was deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq in 2003 and 4 to recruit sources for intelligence and operations and interrogations. While in the military, he became proficient in speaking Persian Farsi after completing the language course at the Defense Language Institute of Monterey. Boy, your kids are proud of you. Your kids are proud of you. Officer Dale's final station was in Hawaii. You know, when you've served in Afghanistan and Iraq, where do we send you? We send you to Hawaii.
Not a lot of Persian Farsi speakers.
Yes. Where he served as a counterintelligence agent responsible for investigating espionage and terrorism. After completing his service in the Army, he returned to California to attend college. He received a bachelor's degree in politics from St. Mary's College, go Gales, and a master's in public administration from USF, go Dons. After completing college, Officer Dale worked for 10 years in the tech industry, where he held his final position as Director of Customer Service. Officer Dale has 3 children, ages 1, 4, and 6. He enjoys playing sports and helping coach his children. You're in for the long haul, my friend. You are in for the long haul. Outside of activities with his children, he enjoys playing tennis, cooking, and traveling. So it's with great pleasure that I present this award to you, Officer Detective Dale, as our Officer of the Year. And I'm going to give the Chief an opportunity to say a few words first. Here you go, my friend.
You know, it's not easy to gain the respect and admiration of your peers in such a short amount of time. I've been here nearly 30 years, and I've yet to see an officer get this honor from their peers in that amount of tenure. So it speaks volumes of Thomas's just tenacity, and I usually refer to it as investigative tenacity. We had the opportunity recently to honor him at an Optimus breakfast that's for the Officers of the Year for the whole Tri-Cities, and Thomas couldn't be there. So Tom Dale couldn't be there, and you know why? Because he was out literally doing the work that got him selected by his peers. I mean, it was tough, really tough competition this year. I won't go over the stats I went over that day, but the data shows it. But the officers made that selection before they even had that data available to them. After they made that selection, we pulled the data. We had already awarded him a gold award for his investigative tenacity, where he was nominated by one of our supervisors for that award. That was at the halfway point of his tenure. And so we had pulled the new data at the 3-year mark, and the level of search warrants, Ramey warrants, arrests and criminal investigations, the number of investigations he had done in that short amount of time was just it just reflective of the impact that he really has. You could see it on day to day if you're there watching him, but this was what you could go back and look and go, wow, there's proof in that data. And so that morning he was basically quarterbacking as the case investigative agent, a multi-agency operation. That sometimes you'll see our press releases or our news releases, and when we detail that information when we're sharing that after the fact. And that's what he was doing that morning, where he got up at, I don't know, you would probably know, 1:30 in the morning for operations that were occurring across the Bay Area, and he was the quarterback as the case agent. So while we were there having breakfast honoring him with his pitcher, he was out doing the work that really deserved the recognition. So we're tremendously just proud of him and so happy to have him. I tease, he actually lives very close to another police chief. They're literally neighbors on the same street. And I see that chief multiple times a year, probably like at least twice a month at Bay Area events, and we always have our little banter. But I keep telling him don't think about it, and so we're super happy that he doesn't get recruited there, and that he's here with us. And thank you. And it really, the support you all give him to do that work is key. No one can do that level of work without having a really strong support network with the family at home, and just really being understanding of that type of commitment. So thank you. Thanks, buddy.
Let's get a photo over here. Dan, I'm going to ask you to come back up again, because this is National Public Works Week. I'll also ask Gerald Yang to join us up here as well. David. Gentlemen, let's get a photo before we do the proclamation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Public Works Services provides, the work that they provide to our community, integral part of the citizens' everyday lives. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as water, sewers, streets, and highways, public buildings, parks, landscaping, and equipment maintenance. Whereas the health and safety and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. Whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of public work officials. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hanna, Mayor of the City of Newark, on behalf of my Newark City Council, do proclaim the week of May 17th through May 23rd as National Public Works Week in the City of Newark, and I'll call upon the community to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Ladies and gentlemen, as you drive around our city or walk around our city and you see those city trucks with folks working out there on the streets, the sidewalks, the parks, take a moment to say thanks. Thanks for what you do. A lot of those folks work in anonymity and don't get the recognition that they deserve for the hard work. We are surly sealing 88 streets, right, Howard? 88 streets. And it's because of the hard work and the dedication of our public works staff. We're going to take that number one issue that our residents recognize in terms of the quality of streets and make it number 3. So big thanks to the public works folks who work hard every day to make sure that the things that we take for granted, water, sewage, and these other things, are provided to us without hesitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask Alameda County Fire Deputy Chief Ryan to join me, Battalion Chief David Nguyen of Engine 29, Captain Nick Pendley, Engineer Matthew Hamilton, Firefighter Aaron Brown, here to accept a proclamation. Are they all here? Yes.
Actually, there's some and then some.
And then some.
Yes.
Deputy? Yes, please. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ryan Nishimoto, Alameda County Fire. We had a little switch up. The crew that actually the mayor just named, I'm sorry, Mayor, they're actually back at the station, and I brought 2 other crews. Decided to bring my 2 favorite crews, so we switch it up on you. Battalion Chief David Nguyen is just outside using the phone, I think, but we have next to me Engine Company 27 with Captain Dan Burke. They're all mixed up here. Engineer Ton Law, Firefighter Joseph Minot, and then we have our Truck 28 crew with Captain Jesse Blaylock, Engineer Darren Murphy. They're all mixed up. This is great. And Firefighter Philip Stevenson joining me today.
They did that just to see if you knew all their names.
It's a good test.
And I know that this is National Emergency Medical Services Week, but I want to take a moment, upon my council will join me, to thank the hard work you do day in and day out. We recognize the majority of the calls that you respond to today are emergency calls. And when citizens call 911, life is in jeopardy. The quicker you get there, the more likely we're going to save a life. And this city has been committed to the Alameda County Fire Department in terms of the service you provide. We recognize the quality of that service, and I see the hard work you do day in and day out. I had the chance to share this with folks. I'm getting to more on the fire side than the emergency services side. When I walked upon a fire on Thornton Avenue before the fire department got there, and when I saw the precision on how they operated to put that fire out and to make sure that people were safe, it was really like almost an orchestra with the band leader dictating how the crew was going to respond. And similarly, they respond to emergency situations the same way. They all have a role, they all have a responsibility, and their primary goal is to make sure that they save that life. No. Keep up the good. Let's hear it for these guys. If the mayor quit chit-chatting, we could have got through this thing. Whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service, whereas the members of the Alameda County Fire Department are dedicated to providing exceptional life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No days off. No days off. Whereas emergency medical services providers are dedicated to saving lives and limiting suffering, often under challenging circumstances, which often require personal sacrifice and risk. Whereas immediate access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. Whereas emergency medical services teams engage in specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. Whereas our community benefits on a daily basis from the knowledge and skills of these highly trained individuals. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hannon, Mayor of the City of Newark, am proud to proclaim May 17th through the 23rd National Emergency Medical Services Week and thank all emergency personnel for their dedication and professionalism. So when you see these folks shopping at Newark stores, oh, by the way, I love to see the firefighters from Fremont in my Newark Costco stores. I thank them every time. But when you see them shopping, take a moment and say thanks. Thanks for what you do. Because it's a hard job. They may get called at any time of the day, and their only responsibility is, I got to try to save a life. It would be interesting to know on the number of emergency calls for service, how many lives are actually saved on an annual basis. I would imagine that the number would just be astounding. And every life that you save is not only important to that person, but think about their family. I saved a grandfather, a grandmother, a mother, a father, a child. So their life-saving techniques are not only important to the person, but to their extended family. And they're grateful for that. So it's with great honor I present this proclamation to the Deputy Chief, and thank you for the great work that your staff does, and give you certainly an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Well, again, good evening, everyone. Thank you, City, and Mayor, Council, City staff for this proclamation, I should say. We take great pride in being able to provide this city with EMS services. We work hard. We have a robust training and EMS staff that trains our paramedics and our EMTs. So we keep our EMTs certified, our paramedics licensed. And just to give you some numbers that happened here in Newark, we ran last year in 2025, 3,926 calls. And 67% of them, as you said, Mayor, quite a bit, 67% solely were for medical aids. That doesn't include the calls that were vehicle accidents, fires, any hazmat or rescues that included a medical component too. So it's a major thing we do, and we take great pride in doing it, and we appreciate the city for trusting in us.
Thank you. Let's get a quick photo of you. Oh, I do want to take one moment and thank Councilmember Eve Marie Little, who sits on the Fire Commission representing the City of Newark. Colleagues, come on down and let's take a photo with the firefighters. City Manager. Sorry, I'm against the middle, guys. It's my city. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. We appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to invite our chief back up to join me, as this is also National Police Week. Chief and any of your colleagues, feel free to come on up. I don't want anyone in the community who might be watching on TV to believe that this is my security on a daily basis. As I talked about the fire department, make the same comments about our police department as you heard when I was talking about Detective Dale. These folks put their lives on the line every day, every day. They don't know what they're going to be responding to, but their sole responsibility is to make sure they protect and preserve our community, to make sure that our residents not only feel safe because we have an outstanding police department, but are safe. You look at our crime statistics last year and over the last several years, crime continues to go down in the city of Newark in a lot of areas. And it's because of the hard work and the dedication of these folks. I'd want residents to know when you call 911, you're going to get an immediate response from our police department. They're going to be caring, they're going to be professional at all times, and they're going to make sure that whatever service you're seeking, they're going to provide the quality of service that you would expect from public service and public servants. I love that notion, public servants, because we are servants of the community. We don't do it because we get good pay or good this or good. We do it because we have a desire to serve the public and the community. And nobody exemplifies that in our city, in my mind, better than our police department. So I'm really proud, as my colleagues are behind me, of our police department. So it's with great honor that we recognize National Police Week, whereas Congress and the President of the United States have designated May 15th as Police Week's Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. Whereas and let me digress for just a moment, I worked in San Jose, and soon after I started, we had 2 San Jose police officers that died in the line of duty. And it's funny, to this day, it was almost 40 years ago, it hasn't escaped me that they gave the ultimate sacrifice to the community. You know, they woke up that day thinking it's going to be a normal day, and 2 families were left without fathers, husbands, and children when they died, and I haven't forgotten that. And we need to remember every day these folks put their lives on the line, and it's hard to conceive of that, but that's indeed what they do every day. The members of the Newark Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the city of Newark. Notice I said residents, I didn't say citizens, voters, I said residents. Because we're a welcoming community in the city of Newark. It doesn't matter what your immigration status is in this community. We want you to call 911 if you feel you need police services. And we've worked really hard in the community to make sure folks feel free to call 911, knowing their immigration status will never become an issue. It's not going to be an issue that's going to be discussed. You called us, you're requesting service, we're here to provide it. It's important that all residents know and understand the duties, responsibilities, hazards, and sacrifices of their law enforcement agency, and that members of the law enforcement agency recognize their duty to serve the people of the community by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression. Whereas the Newark Police Department remains dedicated to serving the community and continues to receive high approval ratings from the public, including the last scientific survey conducted by a third-party consultant that reflected positive assessment, whereas the members of the Newark City Police Department unceasingly provide a vital public service. Now, therefore, I, Michael Hannon, Mayor of the City of Newark, proclaim National Police Week in the City of Newark in honor of the law enforcement officers past and present who have rendered a dedicated service to the community, and do further proclaim May 15, 2026 as Peace Officer Memorial Day in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to their community or have become disabled in the performance of their duty. So, Chief, I'm proud to present this to you, and thank you again for leading such an outstanding department.
Just a couple comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City Manager Benoon, Assistant City Manager Havorka, and our Newark community. We really want to thank you for this meaningful proclamation honoring National Police Week. On behalf of the men and women of the Newark Police Department, we accept the proclamation with great pride and appreciation of the gesture. National Police Week is an opportunity for us to honor the service and the sacrifices and the professionalism that our law enforcement professional across the country make every day, and to remember those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice in giving their lives in order to protect others in their respective communities, and while serving in the line of duty. We also especially are proud of the department personnel, the members that every day continue to serve our community with honor, integrity, and a commitment to our pride values here in Newark, as you mentioned. We're grateful for that representation, and we'd like to also thank our members of our Honor Guard who attended the Alameda County Peace Officer Memorial just last week, where we gathered to honor all the fallen officers in Alameda County and pay respects to their families. They've not been forgotten. As you said, that'll always stay with you when you've attended services for law enforcement members, someone that you think that could have been me or that could have been my family in that situation, and it really hits you. I still think back every year to the first funeral I attended, and they're a great reminder. And so thank you for the recognition, and it's an honor for us to serve the community and partner with the community every day to keep Newark safe. So thank you.
Over here, Chief. Counsel? Congratulations. Okay, this is the part that I really love. Could I have Myra Smith come up to join me? Myra Smith was hired. These are new employees, oh, by the way. Myra was hired as a public safety clerk on February 23rd, 2026. Myra was raised in Newark. Yes. Attended Newark Memorial High School, yes. And continued her education at Las Positas College in Livermore, where she pursued coursework to support her professional development. Myra brings a diverse background in both public service and private sector leadership. She most recently served the Records Division with the Pittsburgh Police Department, where she held roles including warrant clerk, subpoena clerk, Police Activities League ambassador. In addition, she was actively involved in the City of Pittsburgh Employee Events Committee, contributing to employee engagement and organizational culture. Prior to her work in law enforcement, Myra spent several years in retail leadership with Nordstrom, serving as a general manager for both the Walnut Creek and Pleasanton locations. In this capacity, she oversaw operations, team development, and customer experience, building a strong foundation in leadership and organizational management. Outside of her professional responsibilities, Myra enjoys cooking, spending time outdoors in the sunshine, and taking spontaneous road trips with her 11-year-old son. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Is your son here?
He's not.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one night.
I got you. I hear you. How about Officer Ryan Johnson? Officer Johnson. Officer Ryan Johnson was hired as a lateral police officer on March 30, 2026. I love lateral police officers. Gosh, they come in with all that experience. Officer Johnson was raised in the city of Newark and knew his career path at a young age while spending 4 years as a police explorer in the Newark Police Department. I love the explorers. That works, doesn't it? After graduating high school, Officer Johnson served 4 years of active duty in the United States Marine Corps in an infantry capacity and was stationed in several places, including Japan. In 2001, after fulfilling his Marine Corps commitment, Officer Johnson was hired by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office as a correctional officer and was soon promoted to deputy sheriff, where he worked in the county jail and various patrol areas within San Mateo County. Officer Johnson was hired as a Newark police officer in 2007. He has served as a patrol officer, school resource officer, and traffic officer. He also had served collateral duty assignments, including honor guard member, crowd management team member, field training officer, and citizen police academy instructor. Officer Johnson has been recognized for multiple awards over the years, including City of Newark Pride Award, Silver Award, Employee of the Quarter Award, the 2013 and 2015 Newark Officer of the Year Award. Congratulations. Wow. What happened in 2014? And was awarded the 2016 Newark City Employee of the Year Award and is a 5-time recipient of the 10851 Award for his efforts in vehicle theft recovery. What an outstanding officer. Thank you for your service. In 2023, Officer Johnson returned to the San Mateo. I was wondering where that lapse in time went all of a sudden. In 2023, Officer Johnson returned to the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff for a short time and was mainly assigned to the San Carlos Police Bureau as a patrol officer. Officer Johnson is happy to be working for the City of Newark again and looks forward to collaborating with the dedicated men and women of the Newark Police Department, as well as partnering with the city staff and community service. In his free time, Officer Johnson enjoys spending time with his wife, Juliet, daughters, Analisa? How do you?
Annalisa.
Thank you. I apologize. And son Aiden, riding anything with 2 wheels and a motor, fishing, and going on family trips. Let's welcome Officer Johnson back to the City of Newark. Lieutenant Yama. I ran into the lieutenant, what was it, a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
And I said, acting lieutenant, he goes, no, it's now official. I'm now the lieutenant. You know, it's amazing to those of us that have been in the city of Newark now for a while. You know, we see the growth in our police department and the promotions in our police department. When I met Officer Yama the first time, I thought this officer is going places. Staying in Newark, but going places. And not to my surprise, he was the acting lieutenant and now has assumed that role as lieutenant. Again, it just shows the growth within the department that if you work hard and excel in your responsibility as an officer, there's nothing you can't do. And he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant on April 12th, 2026. The lieutenant brings over 19 years of law enforcement experience, having begun his career with the Newark Police Department in 2007 as a police services aide before being hired as a police officer recruit, and successfully graduating from the police academy. On August 26, 2008, he was appointed to the position of police officer. Lieutenant Hamaya?
Correct.
Close?
You got it.
All right. Was born and raised in Hayward, California. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science with a minor in pre-law from Cal State University, Hayward. During his tenure as an officer, the lieutenant served as field training officer and a member of the SWAT team. His exemplary service earned him a Department Gold Star, as well as 2 Mothers Against Drunk Driving awards. On March 1, 2017, he was promoted to police detective, serving in the role until his promotion to police sergeant on May 1 of 2018. As a sergeant, he held several key assignments including SWAT team leader, disease infection control officer, and supervisor of the first aid CPR AED program. On June 16, 2019, the lieutenant was appointed acting detective sergeant and was later selected as the permanent detective sergeant on November 1, 2019. He served in that capacity for nearly 5 years before assuming the role of acting police lieutenant on September 9, 2024. As the acting lieutenant, he oversaw a wide range of critical operations, including patrol teams, the traffic unit, the detective unit, use of force review, the firearms range program, unmanned aerial systems, UAS, the crime scene investigator team, the first aid CPR AED program, disease infection control, and crime analysis. We need to hire more police officers. It would have been easier for me to say what he wasn't doing. The lieutenant is a graduate of the Sherman Block Supervisory Leadership Institute, completing the program in June 28, 2026. Outside of his professional responsibility, the lieutenant enjoys maintaining physical fitness. Geez, I wouldn't have guessed that. Spending time with his family and exploring his appreciation for coffee. Congratulations. Well deserved. Well deserved. We're going to present this certificate personally because Krishnan Narayan was not able to join us this evening. Senior analyst for the city of Newark. He was our Employee of the Year in 2025, and we're going to make sure we present this certificate to him in person when we get a chance to see him again, okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to return to the agenda, and the first item is going to be public comment. This is an opportunity for anybody in the public to speak on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. Is there anybody that would like to speak to any item not on the agenda? Former Mayor Lily May from the city of Fremont, please come forward. And Ben, please come forward.
We'll save you the 5 minutes.
Okay. We're going to combine. Well, how much time does Fremont give folks?
Depends.
2.
No, it depends on the number of speakers.
Actually,
speaker cards.
It's 2.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good evening, and I just want to say, first off, thank you for allowing us to come and share with you this evening. I really appreciate all the different areas that you're able to celebrate in your community, whether it's the heritage, the contributions of the people, and that's what we wanted to share is that while we are your neighbors, and we certainly appreciate that honor and that privilege, we wanted to give something back to the community. As a public servant, I also often tell the students, and we had those children here, that you don't have to be elected to make a difference, you just have to care. And so that's one of the things that we were really privileged, and we want to thank your staff and the partnership, because we know that for this past weekend, we held an event at the New Park Mall for Asian Heritage Month, and we wanted to bring people together. We had 100 vendor booths, 21 performing acts, 6 car dealerships, Pebble Mobility, Stanford University Blood Bank.
And 12 food trucks.
Yes, 12 food trucks too. So we just wanted to bring the new into New Park and to Newark, and that we really hope that we can try to bring people together. I think right now is what we're seeing. There is enough divisiveness, and I often joke at this time period of the year, it can be silly season, and there's many things that people will use to pull us apart. But I'd like to think that, you know, the whole best word of community is the word unity. And so we're really, really pleased to be able to have this opportunity to bring all the people together. And I'll let Ben speak for a little bit too.
I'm going to get the stats.
Yes,
And want
sure.
to thank a whole list of people
Yes.
because it's,
Sure.
So, for those that don't know, we were one of...
Oh, the drone show, too.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, don't forget about drone show. We're one of the 3 people that helped them, with this whole Asian Heritage Festival for the New Park Mall and trying to, as neighbors, trying to help our neighbors. But I want to kind of give you a little bit of stats. We had an estimate of about 5,000 to 7,000 people that actually attended the event. And the drone show alone, we estimate there was like 2,000 to 3,000, with about 10,000 to 15,000 online watching it. And that was launched at the Macy's parking lot. And like I said, it takes a village to make something like this happen. So I want to thank, there's a whole list here. So of course, Fremont Mayor, Lily May, we have Alex Wu from the Bay Area Hong Kongers, Kaylin Dawkins, Sheenan Edwin, Russell Tezak, and Spencer Sins of the Brookfield Properties, who owned the New Park Mall, Elliot Gabay of Charles Company, who owns the former Macy's parking lot. I also want to thank a couple people that are behind me, Angela Sway and Chief Jonathan Arguello from the city of Newark. Without their help, things couldn't have happened. And of course, we have 2 people that actually asked us, Mayor Mike Hannon and your former mayor, Mayor Emeritus Al Nagy, who initially asked us, can you share the love from Fremont? Yes. And so I just want to thank everyone from the city of Newark that made this all happen, and I hope for those that actually attended the festival really had a good time.
Yes. So just a final closing, I think, with, again, we are not the CEOs of this effort. I jokingly said that we're the CHO, which is the Chief Hope Officer. And so hopefully that we bring good hope and goodwill to the community, and that we can bring everyone together, because there's much more things that I believe we can do to make a better future for all of our communities. So blessings to all of you, and wish you all a wonderful meeting this evening.
Thank you. And I do hope, working with Mr. Benoon, at some point at a future council meeting, you're able to put together some kind of a 5-minute video montage of the event, because some of us were out of town and not able to attend, but I heard nothing but glowing remarks about the event. And, thank you for your leadership in this area. We greatly appreciate it. That's what makes the Tri-City area who we are. We work together. We have the same goals, because our goals is to provide quality of life for all of our residents. So thank you.
When we do that, we'll also have slides to show the sponsors who helped us make this happen, because this wouldn't have been able to happen without the financial support of businesses who are not just making a profit, but they're making a difference in your communities every day. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Grindal?
I just wanted to echo the mayor's comments, but also ask if you're going to do this again next year.
Well, I would say it's funny you should ask that. Over the years, I've danced in our Nutcracker for the last 14 years, and I've been dancing long enough. Every year they assign me a husband and children. This year, my husband assigned to me was one of the children years ago. So as long as I'm able to, and with the support of all of the people that are here, I would love to do it again. Like I said, I hope to be able to start more things that are traditions and opportunities to help people celebrate.
That's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And before I forget, when I did contact Brookfield, I asked them about the businesses. Did any of them have sales increase? They're very happy. That's probably why they want us to do it again. Every single business within New Park Mall also sales increases that day.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that Brookfield was so supportive. Please feel free to invite them to a council meeting. I'd love to have a conversation with them.
We will too.
We will, no problem.
Thank you.
Are there any other folks that would like to speak under public comments? I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section, and I'm going to go to the consent calendar. And just to, because we have a long agenda tonight, we have 7 items on the council consent calendar. These were all posted outside. Is there, the city manager, any item you want to pull from the consent calendar?
Not this evening.
Colleagues, any item you want to pull from the consent calendar? Is there anybody in the public that would like any item pulled from the consent calendar? Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? So moved. By Vice Mayor Jorgen, seconded by Councilmember Del Contancio. Please vote.
I'm here. It's yes.
Five ayes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to the public hearings, and we have a number of items under public hearings. But before I get there, colleagues, I just want to make a couple comments. You know, we honor the police department tonight, the public works department tonight, the emergency services tonight. We recognize a lot of outstanding public employees, and it doesn't escape me that this will probably be the third council meeting in a row where we go past 10:30, close to 11 o'clock at night. And I just want to take a moment, Mr. Benoon, to thank you and the staff for all the hard work they do day in and day out to present to us quality information with the notion that our goal is to provide the best service at the least expensive cost to the community. We don't take for granted the privilege that we have of the tax dollars that are given to us and the expectation from the community that we use those dollars wisely as we improve our streets and hire quality employees and do all the other fine work we do. But we oftentimes take for granted the really hard work that staff do to bring these presentations to the council. And as some of us have, longtime Newark residents know, the notion has always been that the Newark way is to be celebratory, that we're here to celebrate success, we're here to make sure that staff recognize that we appreciate the efforts that they bring forward, because at the end of the day, we share the same vision. We share the vision that we want to provide quality living experiences, recreational experiences for our community. So on behalf of myself and the council, I just want to make sure, Mr. Benoon, that we don't take for granted all the hard work that staff have done these last several meetings in bringing these items to us, and want staff to know that their efforts are greatly appreciated.
Thank you for the kind comments.
So that stated, the first item, Mr. Benoon and folks in the audience, is a study session on the Newark's Industrial Lands Study Report. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. Item F1 is a presentation from our consultant regarding industrial lands here in Newark. If the council may recall, back in November of 2024, the East Bay Economic Development Alliance completed its Resilient Bay, East Bay Industrial Land Study. It focused on industrial landscape in Alameda and Contra Costa counties. That study did not contain any specific information relating to the city of Newark. As such, in 2024, the city contracted with Strategic Economics to conduct an assessment of Newark's industrial assets and market sector, and to identify recommendations to strengthen Newark's industrial resiliency moving forward. Tonight, the consultant is presenting her findings to the council. No action is required. However, if there are certain recommendations that the council would like staff to follow up on, then we'd be happy to do so and return with further analysis and recommendations at a future city council meeting. The consultant who will be presenting tonight is Ms. Dina Belzer. A little bit about Ms. Belzer. She is a founder and president of Strategic Economics. She has over 30 years of experience working in urban economic issues. She's a key speaker at various conferences, including those hosted by the Urban Land Institute and American Planning Association. She has a Bachelor of Arts degree from Pitzer College and a master's degree in city and regional planning from the University of California at Berkeley. Ms. Belzer, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's nice to be back here with you. The last time I was here was in February to talk about New Park Mall, so I'm glad to hear sales increased with the event. It's very cool. I'm a huge fan of New Park Mall. This presentation is really the kind of update of some information that we presented to you all in 2024, at the beginning of 2024. And so it's great to be here again this evening. Tonight we have 3 topics. I also want to introduce TJ McKiernan from my staff who worked on this presentation. And if I have any detailed questions, I'm going to turn to TJ. He's my detail guy. So tonight we're going to talk to you about giving the context for Newark's market position with respect to your industrial land. What is the condition of your existing industrial building supply? And finally, what zoning do you have in place, and how could that be part of a strategy for attracting further industrial investment? So just starting with Newark's real estate position, one of the things, and you can see on this slide, Newark is outlined in red, and one of the things that makes Newark a really interesting place and gives you a robust industrial market is where you're located. You are really located at the core of two different sort of industries that are really vibrant in this region. One is from the south, that's all the tech, hardware, sort of semiconductor-related activity that extends from Palo Alto down through Mountain View, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, and comes up around through North San Jose. And the other is the life science industry that's centered in San Mateo County. And because of your proximity to both the Dumbarton Bridge and the San Mateo Bridge, people can, from any of those West Bay communities, come across the bridge and be in Fremont, in Newark. Where am I? So this really means that you are able to capture demand from a number of different industries, and that makes you resilient. So when life science was really strong, you were getting life science industries, and now you're seeing more interest potentially from the semiconductor industry. Newark is generally part of what we call the South 880 real estate market. So this is a little different from the Tri-Cities, but not completely. It includes Hayward as well. So it's Newark, Fremont, Union City, and Hayward. And what we mean by existing competitive supply is if I'm looking for a place, these are the cities I'm going to consider. If I'm looking for a different kind of place, I might be considering a different set of cities. So sorry. I'm sorry. No, sorry. I always forget about that microphone thing. When we talk about the market area, this is what we're talking about, is these 4 cities. So in terms of the inventory of built space in the market area, the industrial building supplies is characterized by 3 building types. And I'm going to come back to this point again and again, which is that building type should not be confused with building use. They are distinct, and we'll come back to this point again in a minute. But CoStar, which is a private real estate database that tracks activity in all commercial buildings, so office, retail, manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution, they differentiate between manufacturing space and warehouse and distribution space. The manufacturing space tends to be a little more specialized. Warehouse and distribution is a term for a box. It's the most generalized kind of space that you'll see in the market. And then research and development, which is, again, even more specialized. So what's interesting about this is the colors represent the cities. So the dark blue is Newark at the bottom. In terms of the proportional share of buildings that you have, Newark has a lower proportional share of warehouse and distribution buildings and a higher share of manufacturing and R&D buildings than the market as a whole. So that's the combination of manufacturing and R&D is greater than the sum of your warehouse and distribution space. But again, these don't represent use, they are building types. And you see that in the market area, almost 60% of all the space is in this warehouse and distribution type. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking to a lot of different brokers, developers, and as you'll see in a minute, analyzing the data on who's in these buildings. And one of the points that we want to make is that modern industrial buildings are built for flexibility. And that's why you tend to see more applications coming in characterized as warehouse space. But these are modern Class A buildings, and they can serve both advanced manufacturing and warehouse and distribution functions. It's very important to remember that advanced manufacturing relies on warehouse and distribution. So when we talk about warehouse functions or uses, we're not just talking about Amazon first mile order fulfillment. We're actually talking about where different businesses store their inputs before they use them in the manufacturing process, and when they store their finished product when they're getting ready to send it out to their customers. Both use types have increased energy demand. The manufacturing buildings have a minimum dock-door ratio. They have clear heights that are not always available in older buildings. It's important to remember that these buildings are generic and flexible because they're built for a 15 to 20-year lifespan. And what happens after that 20-year lifespan is actually kind of interesting. We've been looking at older industrial buildings up in Union City that have been repurposed for life science activities. So sometimes the clear height, the ceiling height makes a difference. Sometimes the users are not as concerned about that. So but after 20 years, sometimes buildings can be demolished and reconstructed. The site layouts are a little bit different in that manufacturing spaces sometimes require more employee parking, and distribution warehouse spaces have more dock door requirements. But as we'll touch on in a minute, the dock doors can be closed up, and the parking space can be reconfigured. Either for the trailers or for employee. So these things are not necessarily mutually exclusive, and they're not fixed, right? The other thing is that increasingly industrial, so I'm gonna go to the next slide. So manufacturing sector requires supply chain, so I just talked about this. Advanced manufacturing does require warehouse space. So in Silicon Valley, when we talk about these warehouse functions, we're often talking about them as part of the supply chain or the ecosystem that's absolutely necessity for advanced manufacturing. And some of the big manufacturers like Tesla have a 4-hour just-in-time supply chain. And so they need, when they're ready for components, they want them there within 4 hours. So this really incents their suppliers to be close by. And this is why you get this warehouse function, right? But then cities also attract industrial investment by recognizing the need for buildings that can be flexible and where they can move quickly to develop projects without requirements that are too deeply tied to use. Okay, so we'll come back to that again. So just in terms of the market trends, the inventory of warehouse and distribution space increased at roughly the same ratio in Newark as it did in the general market area between 2016 and 2025. So the top chart here shows the change in the percent change in the supply. For Newark is in green, and the market area is in this sort of orange color. And then what's happening with vacancy rates of industrial space. So you can see that Newark's vacancy rates for warehouse and distribution space were very low. They've gone back up some in the last couple of years, but some of that is adding some new space. But you still remain well below the vacancy rates in the market area. In terms of the manufacturing space, again, Newark's inventory increased in 2020 with the completion of several new buildings along Martin Avenue in the city's west central sub-area. And you're adding supply at a much greater percentage rate than the market area. You see a big spike in your vacancy rate, which reflects this new spike in supply. But now the vacancy rates have modulated and are more consistent with what you're seeing in the market area. And they're still well below 10%, which is often considered an equilibrium rate. With R&D, in 2020, again, you had the 7300 Gateway Boulevard in the Pacific Research Center opened. And this single project increased Newark's R&D supply by 12%, which is a big bump. The market area also added R&D space between 2022 and 2024. Vacancy rates in the bottom chart are higher for R&D than they are for the warehouse or manufacturing space based on the long-term trends. So it's important to remember that the more flexible the building is, the more open it is to a wide range of tenants. And that really helps property owners. So that's why the warehouse vacancy rate is lower than even for the R&D. which is now almost at 19%. Just a rent comparison here. This data is taken from Colliers, and they organize their market a little differently, which is why we only have a rent for Fremont for the warehouse space. For the other two kinds of space, Fremont is categorized in the Silicon Valley market. But the Colliers market report provides a comprehensive list of these rents, and you can see that that Newark's R&D rents are higher than any place else in the marketplace. Your warehouse rents are a little bit lower, but still competitive, and your industrial rates, rental rates, are a little bit higher. So right in there in a competitive way. So good to know. Additional market findings is that Newark's location, as I said earlier, is very important. You're kind of in the center or core of the region. So to the extent that people are wanting to build warehouse space or whatever these kinds of buildings are here, they are building it to be part of the Silicon Valley supply chain. We heard this over and over again. They are not building space here to do distribution and logistics for order fulfillment for groups like Amazon. You do have an Amazon distribution center here, but most of the warehouse space is not being used for that. And that as industrial supply fills up in other cities, notably in Fremont, Newark is likely to capture more of this manufacturing activity. And when we talk to some of the brokers and developers about the Newark niche in the market, they said that Newark ebbs and flows with Fremont, and that you two actually provide a very kind of a unified market for each other. So over time, it is true that Newark's building stock will need to be modernized to include the higher ceiling heights, adequate power supply, and to update some of the exterior finishes. But as the market ebbs and flows, you'll see buildings either be remodeled, and there's a tremendous amount of remodeling of older industrial spaces in Fremont. You'll see that here in Newark, as well as some strategic demolition. And then the warehouse and distribution activities, again, are an important part of the supply chain. And one of the interesting things that one of the developers that we spoke to told us was that the employment densities for advanced manufacturing and for some of this warehouse space are similar. And that the wages are similar, so that these warehouses are generating good jobs. So the highly automated warehouses that are paying lower wages tend to be these million-square-foot distribution centers that are located further to the east, out in Tracy and Stockton, whereas a lot of the warehouse space here is very much a part of the again, the logistics supply chain, and that also affects who works there and the number of people who are working there. So we were interested to hear this from the developers to whom we spoke. So in terms of Newark's current industrial building inventory, when we started this work in 2024 with Ann Stadler and her staff, she felt that it was worthy to divide the city into 11 sub-areas. In this more recent analysis, we included an additional sub-area, the Cedar sub-area. And you see the colors on this map represent what the zoning is for these. So there are 3 areas, the areas in blue, that are the Technology Park Zone sub-areas, mostly the Pacific Research Center and the Eureka Business Park at both ends of the city. And then the darker gray are the general industrial areas, and the lighter gray are light industrial. We'll talk a little bit more about what that means in a minute. So we looked at how the supply of buildings was distributed by year built. Overall, Newark has about 12 million square feet of space. West Central has the largest amount here. I'm going to go back here and point out where West Central is. For those of you who are watching on this screen, this pointer is only so-so. But West Central, you can see, is the biggest sub-area and it is central to the area. So not surprisingly, it has the greatest supply of inventory, but also most of the space was built between 1975 and 2015. And then you can see the blue at the top is everything that's been built in the last 10-ish or so years. So in West Central, in Pacific Research Center, et cetera. We picked 1975 as the breaking point because that's what your building department thinks of as when buildings become sort of functionally obsolete. But you can see that most of the space in the city is built subsequent to that 1975 year. In terms of the inventory by square feet, you see that West Central has the greatest inventory of both manufacturing and warehouse and distribution, which is not surprising. Pacific Research Center is mostly R&D space. That's what it's intended for. And then you can see the smaller areas have more of a mix of the warehouse and distribution and manufacturing space. What we did was then we took a look at the variety of businesses that are located in these building types. And when I say that we do not want to necessarily conflate use and building type, this table really, or chart really illustrates that. The variety of business types in industrial park buildings demonstrates the versatility of the stock. The numbers in these 3 bars are the numbers of businesses. We don't have the number of jobs because we don't have the data for that, but the business count comes from your business license database. And you can see that in the warehouse and distribution space, you have 24 manufacturing businesses, 40 professional service businesses, and then 28 household serving businesses. And it goes on. The lighter blue, the sort of teal blue is construction. And then the manufacturing space has 31 manufacturing. So it's not a huge difference given the difference in inventory. And the other thing is that the transportation and warehousing, there are 9 transportation warehousing businesses in the warehouse and distribution buildings, and there are 13 warehouse and transportation businesses in the manufacturing businesses. So you see the crossover between the 2 different kinds of building categories and the kinds of businesses that are located there. Yes.
I just have a quick question. What
Yes.
exactly is household serving?
Those would be retail businesses, the dance studios, the things like that are more that residents are purchasing the goods or services than they're serving the business community. Yeah, thank you. Good question. Other key findings, the smaller industrial or warehouse buildings, so say in the 10 to 20,000 square feet, tend to be the ones that accommodate a wider range of uses. And that's because they're better suited to accommodating things like martial arts studios or other kinds of things like that. In the Cedars sub-area, which is up at the eastern edge of the city, that's where you generally tend to see the greatest mix of non-industrial uses that are in this industrial area. But when we talk to one of the brokers who's primarily responsible for leasing, represents most of the buildings in this area, she said that these uses are not incompatible. That was one of the questions, is there a conflict between some of these household serving uses and the kinds of industrial activities that we are hoping to see? And the answer is no. In fact, that mix allows the owners to sort of go back and forth and take advantage of different market cycles and different market trends, and allows the owners to avoid expensive tenant improvements prior to when they have a tenant who might want them. The older buildings may be more challenging to lease due to some of the zoning standards that require these minor or conditional use permits for specific users. So this is where things like recreational uses, certain kinds of automotive services, or small warehouse spaces require a minor use permit, conditional use permit, and even though that kind of permitting can be perceived as a barrier or a hindrance for someone who wants to get their business into a building quickly, and they'll go someplace else where the zoning is more flexible. So in terms of your industrial zoning, Industrial zoning, you have 3 industrial zoning classifications. Limited industrial, which serves as a buffer zone sort of between the general industrial and the residential neighborhoods. And this is where the non-industrial, the household serving uses are allowed. And again, these light industrial uses are in the light gray on this map. There's not a lot of it, but again, it's intended to buffer because some of these areas go right up against residential areas. The general industrial allows the broadest range of industrial uses, but non-industrial uses are not allowed. And then the business and technology parks focus on advanced manufacturing, research and development in a campus setting. That's part of the idea here is you have the amenities of a campus setting. And in these settings, you're allowed to have complementary uses to support the employee population, so restaurants, things like that. This chart shows again, the kind of mix of uses based on businesses for each of the 3 industrial types. So you can see the business and technology part has not very much transportation and warehousing. It's not really intended there. They have mostly manufacturing, wholesale trade, et cetera. The general industrial has some of everything, right? They have transportation and warehousing. They also have a significant share of manufacturing, wholesale trade, construction, life science, and those things are all interconnected. A robust construction sector is providing services to your buildings, particularly for the life science building that need to be commissioned and then maintained. The construction services are an important part of facilities management. And then finally, the limited industrial are the ones that have the highest share of automotive, services, professional and technical services, retail, trade, and then the educational services, things like that, right? So we thought this was an interesting chart in terms of what the actual mix is between the general industrial and the limited industrial. So finally, Newark zoning is currently presenting some challenges for attracting new investment in the industrial areas. And these use restrictions, even with the minor conditional use permit, create uncertainty. And anytime anything can be pulled and brought to the city council where there's a public hearing, it creates some risk for the investor or for the business who wants to go there. And therefore, if there is a hurdle like that, if possible, the business will look elsewhere. The warehouse and distribution and recreational facilities are uses that face hurdles, mostly to locating in these industrial areas. And again, we heard that these kinds of facilities are not creating land use conflicts. They're not incompatible, but instead some of these things, particularly the warehouse and distribution, are an important part of the supply chain for the success of this region. And then some of these recreational facilities are ways in which property owners can have sort of the ability to pivot or flex back and forth. And then the no zoning district permits warehouse by right. And that's important because, as I keep saying, warehouse functions are an important part of the supply chain here. The other thing to keep in mind about these warehouse buildings is they're easy to convert back and forth to industrial buildings. And we have some interesting examples here, including Vector Laboratories here on Maury Avenue. It is in a building that was characterized as warehouse. It's a life science business, right? Okay, in Union City, there's a building that was being used as a warehouse for scrap electronics. And apparently it was pretty nasty kind of place. And then Tenaya, which is a life science company out of South San Francisco, bought it, completely redid the building, and now they are also manufacturing life science, and they're functioning up to the higher standard of conditioning for the building that's required for pharmaceutical manufacturing. So there are several other examples of this from the Tri-City area that show that buildings having this flexibility doesn't work against the city's long-term goals necessarily. So anyway, finally, the city should consider regulating more through development standards. So what does the building look like? What's the site layout? What are the site requirements? And less through use. And to the extent that there are specific uses or high-impact users that you don't want in the city, identify them specifically. So examples of that would be fulfillment centers, this first last mile delivery, enterprise data centers, which are small data centers. I'm sort of neutral on data centers, but some communities, as you know, are fighting data centers. But those are also the big data centers that are serving the huge corporations like Amazon and Meta. But there are also many, many of these smaller data centers. The enterprise data centers are actually leasing racks of chips to a lot of different users. So that's a small enterprise data center. But if you decide you don't want data centers in the city, call them out specifically. And then consider rezoning the Cedar sub-area to allow more recreational uses by right. That's the one place where there's a lot of interest in going back and forth between these uses. And then just to wrap up, proactively removing red tape and approvals is something that we think will really boost business activity. Fremont and San Jose are recognized for their ability to simplify approvals. They communicate frequently with their major businesses and development and development community to attract investment. We've heard stories about the fact that the economic development people in Fremont stay in touch with their major employers, and that sometimes they know ahead of the brokers and developers what's happening, where change is coming, and that's important. And that's kind of a symbiotic relationship between the public sector and the private sector that helps everybody function more smoothly, right? And then Newark should also explore proactive solutions to providing more power more quickly for industrial buildings. This could include deploying microgrids or exploring strategies for on-site power generation to boost investment opportunities. So again, I know cities are starting to work on having these proactive relationships with PG&E. Otherwise, individual businesses rely on PG&E to hook them up once they've gone in. And as we have been hearing, it takes PG&E sometimes more than a year to bring power to a particular building. And that's really a huge challenge, not just for Newark, but for every city in the Bay Area. But business parks like Bishop Ranch are starting to install large solar fields and microgrids. We're working with the Port of Benicia on installing a microgrid there in order to be able to boost their power supply and to meet the power needs of their users. So with that, I'm going to stop and answer questions. I know this is a topic near and dear to some of your hearts, so I'm looking forward to
Thank you for the presentation.
chatting.
Is there anybody in the audience that has questions, comments on the presentation that you just heard?
I was expecting the police people to come forward with questions. Just kidding.
I want to thank you once again for your presentation, and thank you for really the hard work you did at New Park Mall. And we recognize that that's going to be an issue that we're going to continue to work on, and appreciate the recommendations that you put forward to the council. One thing I notice, again, because of our proximity, and you highlighted that to the Dumbarton Bridge, we are in such a great location, and we're seeing that not only with the demand in housing, as we've talked about at this council. Folks want to buy homes, and when Menlo Park, Redwood City, and Palo Alto are not building homes that are affordable, they're now looking across the bay to Newark, and we're building those homes. They're less expensive. They're not cheaper. They're less expensive than you would find elsewhere, but it gives folks that first opportunity to buy a home here in Newark. And I kind of look at the same way when it comes to industrial businesses as well. We are in competition with every other city in the Bay Area to provide space for those that desire to establish a business, create a business. And I've noticed as my kids have gotten older that many cities, and I'll look to Union City, for example, have become very proactive in looking at industrial spaces and how can we make them more recreational friendly. When my kids were invited to birthday parties and I'm driving into some industrial area and it's this industrial building, I thought, what a great reuse of that building. And you highlighted that point right from the get-go in terms of the need to be flexible. I mean, if you're looking at a 15 to 20 year commitment on a property owner to build a building, recognizing that the use today may not be the use tomorrow, we, the city, need to be ready to provide input and the permitting process needs to be improved so that they can quickly change maybe what the original business model was to the current business model. And those recreational spaces in those industrial buildings, as long as Mr. Benoon, they come with a bar and a restaurant, I'm absolutely fine with those things, but we need to be creative. We need to be creative, and I was really pleased to see that Newark has actually done quite well in terms of its vacancy over the years. In terms of some years, we had zero vacancy.
That's correct.
And boy, that certainly makes Newark a competitive place for those that are looking to invest because they're going to get top dollar for those spaces. So thank you for the presentation. I'm excited about this moving forward, and I'll look to my colleagues for comments or questions. Councilmember Contancio.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I did have two observations. One, it seems that the flexibility of warehouse buildings of advanced manufacturing seems to enable more tenants, as you were mentioning, to be willing to be here in Newark. And so that's really, seems really important, especially to be part of that industrial supply chain. I think, though, when the mayor was speaking, I also remember some birthday parties myself at a place like Pump It Up or gymnastics. And so I like also, too, the pivoting ability. And so that's the second observation, because if you have a space that could easily convert to different things throughout the years, then it allows owners, renters, and the community to really benefit. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I want to thank you for your presentation. I think the points made about flexibility and uses make a lot of sense. So, you know, as we go forward, hopefully that's something that we can take a look at these recommendations very seriously on the flexibility.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. It's good to know all this information.
Great. Councilmember Gundel.
Yes, I have a couple questions. First of all, we've often had a problem here of defining what vacancy is, because we have a number of buildings. For example, for many years, the Pacific Research Center was rented to uses that were not using the space at all. So how do you get to the, usually in the real estate industry, if the owner's collecting rent, they count that as being occupied.
That's correct.
But from the city's perspective, we want to see vibrant activity going on, not just a closed building. So how do you address that part of it?
We don't. Right? We're only as good as our data sources are, and the data sources, as you know, have challenges, right? But also, as you also know, it's very challenging for a city to get a private property owner or a company who's leasing space to change what they're doing. We saw a lot of this. We used to see a lot of this with grocery stores that would close a grocery store, but they would retain the lease because they didn't want a competitor coming into that store.
Boy, do we know that.
Right? And I think that, there was, when that problem was really rampant in, say, the early aughts or late 90s, there was a lot of talk about eminent domain and contemning, but cities just don't have the resources to do that. So I think that the best you can do is really focus on what you can change and work with the businesses and property owners who are open to really helping the city on its vibrancy. And this is why I think really building these relationships, and I've been talking to Ms. Sui about this, she's terrific at this kind of thing, right? To think about how to do that and how to maintain those relationships, and then really look for where you can grow and expand. And focus on the businesses and not so much on the buildings.
Great. So one point I was going to make, which is it's really just for the community. we have great staff here in the city who do an even better job than Fremont of staying in touch with our businesses. So Angela is doing a fantastic job of that.
She is doing a fantastic.
I know you didn't mean to imply otherwise, but
No, well, no, I mean, I'm a huge fan. I was only concerned that I didn't wear high heels tonight because I admire her so much. And she's really good at this. I
Yes.
agree. I think you have terrific staff, but when you look at the press, you look at the real estate press, when you talk to the brokers, and we talk to real estate brokers all over the region, they point to Fremont, right? So this is not to disrespect your staff. I love your staff, believe me. I really like working here. But it's just a matter of really getting that word out, getting the image out, et cetera, et cetera.
well, we're much smaller, and they literally surround us.
That's right.
So
all of the above.
in fact,
is true.
many brokers don't even see it as a different market at all.
That's
so.
exactly right. That's what I was saying earlier, that you guys are really in a very symbiotic relationship. And that's why kind of thinking about your building supply as sort of part of their inventory also, because to the extent that their advanced manufacturing is successful and growing, it's going to grow here into Newark. And that's also what we heard from brokers, and that some buildings that are now in Newark being used for warehouse are anticipated to begin to accommodate also some advanced manufacturing functions.
Okay, and now I do want to address one issue, which is that it may be a matter of definition, but fulfillment centers, which is how you're referring to them, create massive amounts of truck traffic and very few jobs. So, and not only that, they occupy space when long-term leases, in fact, they usually have very long-term leases because they have a hard time finding their locations. Once they get it, they want to lock it down. But so they take up some of the space that could otherwise be more productively utilized. So I'm certainly open to the idea of narrowing it down so that we really target the use that we'd like to discourage. But I think it's perfectly okay for the city to discourage uses that are bad for the city. So even if they are overall needed in the ecosystem, I think that the city needs to have a lever to make sure that high truck usage, low employment density uses are discouraged. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I certainly think that narrowing that focus so that you're not just you're not swinging with too big of a net, I think makes a lot of sense. But I just really wanted to call that out because I really think that's important.
Right. I'm just going to give a counterpoint to that because I feel like we've been having this conversation for years. What's good for the region is actually good for Newark, and a significant percentage of your residents don't work in this city. And that will always be true. So to the extent that advanced manufacturing jobs are being created in Fremont, in Union City, in Hayward, that's creating employment opportunities for your residents. And so the things that you can do for that supply chain to ensure that those jobs are available, not just in Newark, and you guys are a tiny city, is important to keep in mind. So you may not want them because these kinds of warehouse activities because you feel like they generate too much truck traffic or they this or that. But I would say that it is not just about the jobs they create because they indirectly create and support a lot of high-wage, good-quality jobs. So that's something to keep in mind and a bit of a counterpoint.
No, I understand. But the truck traffic's not a small issue. It's a major one. So in addition, I for one don't, and of course we're going to be looking at implementing this study. In the future, but I for one don't necessarily have a problem with data centers for the same reason. They generate no trucks, and they don't generate a lot of traffic at all. They just kind of sit there humming. So we'll talk about that when it comes to implementing. But you said that cities go back and forth. I for one am not necessarily opposed to data centers for the reason that I indicated.
Yeah, no, there are a couple of advantages to data centers that I wanted to underscore. One is that they do generate a lot of property tax revenue, and they also do generate jobs because somebody has to service all those tiers, all those banks of chips that are humming away. And then other businesses are attracted to be close to data centers. So small data centers can be a good business attraction strategy for the city. And finally, PG&E has a special program for fast tracking power to communities that have data centers. So if you have a data center, you get the knock-on effect of getting faster service from PG&E. So I too am not adverse to data centers, but there are a lot of communities that are concerned about them.
I understand. So, and lastly, and thank you, I appreciate the comments. I'm interested by the microgrid discussion for the reasons, because PG&E is service is so slow and so challenging, and it just the cycle of doing a deal and leasing property and then you tell somebody, well, PG&E might deliver the power sometime in the next 2 or 3 years.
Right.
It just doesn't work.
Right.
So I'm interested in if you could expand it all on what communities are doing to create microgrids. Is it just solar? Or are they bringing peak power plants in, or
No,
what is?
at this point, I think a lot of it is solar or it's cogeneration. So you've voiced a water treatment plant that's creating sludge that then can be cogenerating a source of power or a source of energy for a microgrid. That's another source. But in the case of, say, Bishop Ranch, they're using solar. They're putting solar on everything. So New Park Mall is a good place for looking at doing a microgrid, because you have a big parking field out there that could be converted into you could have solar panels on the parking. I live in Berkeley, and Bayer manufacturing, the pharmaceutical manufacturer, has solar panels over its entire parking field. So, and
Great.
also it's a big building that could take a lot of solar panels.
Well, while we have you here, let me dig a little deeper into that. How does obviously solar power is generated during the daytime,
Yes,
and
and
during
then you
sunny
have
days.
the microgrids have a big battery and storage
It's a battery, so
component
it's
to them.
literally
Yeah, that's the main thing about a microgrid, is it's actually the storage.
Yes.
It's not necessarily just the generation, but it's actually the storage.
So you
as
don't
well.
necessarily have to rely on PG&E as that power backup. There are ways of doing it as
That's
a
correct.
separate entity.
That's correct. And then you can smooth out the supply to match demand.
Great. Well, thank you for letting me dig into your experience on that.
Absolutely.
And secondly, and I should have led with this, it's an excellent presentation, excellent information. It's highly valuable to our community. So thank you so much for what you've done.
Great.
Thank you.
Just a couple comments, just to a counterpoint, to use your terminology. It's always fun to use the term fast track whenever you talk about PG&E. I'm simply not sure how we define fast track when it comes to PG&E. That'll be an interesting conversation. You referenced the city of Newark as tiny. We're not tiny. We are small and mighty. That's what we are. We are
I like
small
to say,
and mighty.
You punch above your weight.
We do punch of. The only question I had, and I found it interesting, because we don't allow light industrial in general industrial areas. Is that what I understood? Yet we allow commercial in general industrial areas. Did I get that correct in terms of a zoning issue?
Let me go back and look. We had wanted to put the entire zoning ordinance
'Cause that
in
kinda
the
surprised
PowerPoint,
me
and then
that-
everybody would have been asleep.
I can help this.
I'll let Councilmember Grindal.
Since I wrote the ordinance.
Let's ask the expert.
Well, let's be careful. Commercial that supports the on-site retail. So
Okay.
A cafeteria, a restaurant
Okay.
that supports the retail, not a standalone.
All right. Again, thanks for the presentation. And the other point that I thought you made was a good point, is we need to focus on the development standards for the properties that we're looking to revitalize. I look at that Enterprise Central area where there's a lot of really old metals,
Yeah.
industrial buildings
Right.
that have long outlived their usefulness. And whatever we need to do as a city to kind of encourage new development of those industrial spaces, to give more flexibility to those owners, that it doesn't have to be an automotive repair business here.
Right.
It can be whatever you want it to be, because we're encouraging that flexibility as you
Correct.
move forward with development. I think that's
Exactly.
something, I know our staff supports that suggestion and proposal, as does this council. So thank you again. We look forward to your presentations each and every time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. adopt a resolution to approve a first-time home buyer program guidelines and authorize the city manager to enter into agreements to provide direct financial assistance to first-time home buyers and to amend the 2024-2026 biennial budget and capital improvement plan to appropriate funds from the Housing Impact Fee Fund to fund the first-time home buyer program. I love that term, first-time home buyer program. Mr. Benoon.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. If the council may recall, last month the council received a report from our Housing Policy and Programs Manager, Mr. Michael Coulomb, summarizing our progress to date on our housing element. As part of that presentation, Mr. Coulomb reported that staff is finalizing plans for the city's first ever first-time homebuyer program. Tonight, I am pleased to report that our analysis is complete and we are now prepared to recommend a first-time homebuyer program for our community. The existing Affordable Housing Work Plan recommends appropriating $2 million towards this program. In light of the growth of the Housing Impact Fee Fund and increase in home prices the past few years, staff recommends increasing the allocation to $3 million, which would support a minimum of 15 households. Tonight, staff will present a summary of the program that staff recommends the council adopt and approve. Once the program guidelines are finalized, then staff will begin marketing the program, including developing multilingual outreach materials and advertising through our traditional outreach channels. We will also notify community agencies and nonprofit organizations in our community. For tonight's presentation, we turn to our Housing and Policy Programs Manager, Mr. Michael Coulomb. Mr. Coulomb.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Coulomb, Housing Policy and Programs Manager in the Community Development Department. It's my pleasure to present to you this evening recommendations for implementation of the city's first-time homebuyer program. I'll begin this evening by introducing the project team and the underpinning policies for our first-time homebuyer program, our Affordable Housing Work Plan, and our housing element. I'll then introduce the program's goals and objectives as adopted by council per the housing element before discussing the proposed program in detail. Finally, the project team will preview related policies and programs that advance our goals of expanding home ownership and housing stability in Newark before presenting the final recommendations, next steps, and accepting questions from council. I'm joined this evening by Mr. Stephen Turner, Community Development Director, Ms. Jennifer Duffy, President and CEO of Hello Housing, and Ms. Sarah Shimon of Hello Housing. Hello Housing is a nonprofit organization based in Alameda County. With council's approval, the city entered into a contract with Hello Housing in September to design and administer a first-time homebuyer program and a below-market rate homeownership program. Hello Housing provides these services for other jurisdictions throughout the Bay Area and has already supported 3 households to become homeowners in Newark through their administration of Alameda County's program, AC Boost. I want to start off this presentation by framing housing opportunity within its context in the civil rights movement. Housing law and policy have at times been used to produce, enforce, and preserve segregation within our country. Alameda County has been a leader in challenging those forces and advancing housing opportunity for all, beginning with the Rumford Fair Housing Act, authored by local legislator Byron Rumford in 1963. This preceded the Federal Fair Housing Act in 1968 and the first establishment of California Housing Element Law in 1969. Housing Element Law recognizes that the civil rights movement is still ongoing and requires local governments to adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community at all income levels. As we know, however, California has a severe housing shortage. Addressing that shortage is essential to meeting our community's needs. Newark has a target of permitting 1,874 new homes by the end of the housing element cycle in 2031, which is less than we permitted in the last housing element cycle, but still significant. Another way of visualizing this challenge is by looking at the mismatch between housing supply and housing demand. In the last decade, from 2010 to 2019, the Bay Area economy took off, Newark's included. The city added both jobs and home permits at a higher rate than Alameda County as a whole. The number of new jobs in Newark outpaced housing permits by a factor of 3 to 1. Jobs created demand for new housing, but the supply of housing did not keep up at the same pace as those jobs. That mismatch in supply and demand is one of the biggest factors impacting rising home prices and displacement. This chart, which you've also seen before, visualizes the change in the cost of home buying in Alameda County. The red dotted line depicts the median household income. The dark blue line depicts the income needed for a bottom tier mortgage, meaning a smaller, probably older home in a less desirable neighborhood. Some people might consider that a starter home. And then the lighter blue line shows the income needed for a mid-tier mortgage. Several years, going back to the year 2000, a household making the median income could afford a bottom tier mortgage or a starter home in Alameda County. But by the middle of the last decade, we see prices begin to rise, outpacing income growth around 2017, 2018, and then really diverging during the pandemic. So the cost of home buying in Alameda County increased by 64% between 2020 and 2025. Meaning a household with one of those bottom tier mortgages could expect to pay about $5,400 a month in housing costs. That's their mortgage, insurance, taxes, and utilities, which is approximately twice the cost of the average monthly rent. A good logical next question is, what is the median income in Alameda County? The state and federal governments publish median incomes for individual areas, specifically counties. The area median income for Alameda County in 2025 was just shy of $160,000 for an area of 4. The numbers in this table represent the upper limit of each income band. So what I've highlighted is that median income at 100%, but what's considered moderate income, a 4-person household making $125,000 in 2025 was considered low income. So a moderate income household would make between $125,000 and $191,000. So that is highlighted in the red box there. That's what's really the lower end and the upper end of moderate income. So incomes may still seem relatively high, but many moderate income households are still not able to afford most homes in our area. Southern Alameda County has some of the highest rates of outmigration in the whole Bay Area, with people predominantly going to San Joaquin County, communities like Tracy, Stockton, and Manteca, where home ownership is more affordable for a Bay Area buyer. The city's adopted 2021-2023 Affordable Housing Work Plan recognized this, calling for the city to establish and fund a first-time homebuyer program using revenue from the Housing Impact Fee Fund. And then the 2023-2031 housing element was adopted really as an affordability strategy. The housing element recognizes that affordable doesn't just mean low income, but that our housing market should be one that meets the needs of all members of the community, lower income, moderate income, above moderate income. We all need homes. And we need to have a range of homes affordable at different prices. So goal 5 of the housing element aims to increase our access to this big umbrella affordable housing. Within that goal, program H5.1 calls for the city to establish that first-time homebuyer program, and policy H5.2 calls for the city to also establish a below-market rate or BMR home ownership program. The city's updated inclusionary housing ordinance that City Council adopted in January would create the pipeline for those below-market rate or BMR homes. The objective of the first-time homebuyer program, as stated in the housing element, is to assist at least 4 households each year to become homeowners, with a focus on recruiting Black, Indigenous, and other households of color into the program. These households have historically lower rates of homeownership and are more vulnerable to displacement pressures. To date, we know that 3 households have become first-time homeowners in Newark, thanks to the county's first-time homebuyer program, AC Boost, also administered by Hello Housing, as I mentioned. And again, City Council approved a contract with Hello Housing in July, and we entered into that contract in September. Since then, we have evaluated Newark's housing market and designed a responsive, accessible, and equitable program to meet the city's goals. The city's contract with Hello Housing includes design and administration of these 2 different programs. The first is the first-time homebuyer program, which we're presenting to you today, and the second is that BMR home ownership program. And so with that foundation, I'd like to introduce Ms. Jennifer Duffy, President and CEO of Hello Housing, to introduce herself and her organization and the proposed first-time homebuyer program.
Okay, I'm just getting familiar with the computer for just a second. Okay, thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I've really been looking forward to having a chance to bring all the work that we've been doing together with your city team to think about the right balance of a first-time homebuyer program and how to bring that forward for the city of Newark. I've had the privilege of working in the affordable housing sector for many years. As both the president and the co-founder of Hello Housing, we've been working with local governments for 20 plus years now to try and to help design new and innovative housing programs that really support our communities, find sustainability and long-lasting experiences in their communities. As both a developer, excuse me, as both a developer, see, this is my thing. Hold on, here we go. Okay, as both a developer of brand new first-time homebuying homes, as well as an operator of below-market rate housing programs, we've designed a number of first-time homebuyer programs across jurisdictions, and we're excited to bring that knowledge forward. Throughout our tenure, we've administered numerous down payment assistance programs for local jurisdictions that have created affordable pathways into home ownership. We have a strong history of both designing, retooling, and administering below market rate housing programs throughout different local jurisdictions in the Bay Area. And we've also worked really closely with inclusionary developers all throughout the Bay Area, helping them bring forward new housing that meets the affordability goals of each city. Okay. There we go. So the Hello Housing process, we really try and pride ourselves on making complexity simple. These programs can get pretty complicated pretty quickly, not only for those that are trying to lead these programs and administer these programs, but also for the public. So our way of working is really trying to break those down in really transparent ways, and it starts with program design. So we partner with local jurisdictions to try and ensure that the policy goals align with the program design and that the information is translated into clear guidelines that are transparent and available for the public. Our process involves developing educational materials in multiple languages, hosting workshops to ensure stakeholders and communities are well informed about the new opportunities and how to access them. And we believe in data. It helps to inform our practices, identify new trends that may impact policy decisions, as well as issues that may be affecting the portfolios that we serve. And we do this by maintaining there we go, this is sensitive. We do this by maintaining a Salesforce database and allowing us to make sure that there are reports that are available at a touch of a button that we can do live and make sure that we're bringing everybody along on how the portfolio is doing and things that we might be able to do to improve it. And then finally, it's really important to us to have strong customer service. We want to make sure that those who are engaged in the program are able to reach us, to have the ability to ask questions, understand what they need to know in order to access these programs, to understand these programs, to promote these programs, and to support these programs, not only as participants, but also as partners, such as lenders, real estate agents, home buying counseling agencies, et cetera. Okay. So an overall summary of the services that we're here to provide for the city. It's essentially everything needed to take the program from concept to a working ongoing operation. And we break it down into 5 steps. So once again, we're here to help design the program, not only for the first-time homebuyer program, but the below-market rate housing program. That starts with creating guidelines, implementation manuals, as well as working to design loan documents, deed restrictions, all of which promote the structure by which these programs will operate. We work really intensely on outreach and marketing. We want to make sure that we're able to reach households that may not know or know how to access these programs. We want to make sure that we're working with city channels that help to promote the information and make sure that it's broadly known. We are very key on applicant support. So once again, back to being able to be accessible to the public, we want to make sure that we're available to help inform any kind of questions that might be coming up, what the program, how the program works, how the program can support you, the kind of questions that come up that are both personal in nature when you're thinking about buying your first home, as well as technical in nature. We also do loan administration, so it's the heart of the transactional core. We're going to not only originate the loans, but we're going to make sure that they're all closed, and we handle that end to end. And then finally, ongoing compliance monitoring. The work doesn't end at closing. We handle program monitoring and reporting and manage new sales and ongoing sales of below market rate portfolios, keeping these homes within your community affordable for the long term. Our services are designed to be end-to-end support, not only for the city, but participants and program partners. Okay, so the single biggest obstacle standing in the way of many families and homeownership is the monthly mortgage. It's not the monthly mortgage payment, it's truly the upfront cost of coming up with a down payment and or closing costs. Many people can comfortably afford and manage the monthly housing payment of a mortgage, but simply can't save the money that's necessary in order to create a down payment and or cover the closing costs. So it's this gap that first-time home buying programs are designed to close. This assistance is supposed to act as a bridge, helping qualified buyers get over the upfront cost of trying to be able to break into homeownership. These programs are primarily built for moderate income households. Moderate income was defined in an earlier slide from Michael between 80% of area median income and 120% of area median income. So in Alameda County, that's about $125,000 to $192,000 a year. The key point is that these families can generally handle the ongoing costs of an affordable mortgage, which includes the mortgage payment, taxes, insurance, and upkeep, once that initial down payment barrier is resolved. It's important to also share that these programs don't fully solve the program for lower income households. After covering essential expenses, lower income households have less money left over, which makes it harder for them to meet the income qualification requirements of a first mortgage lender. It also exposes them to challenges as it relates to rising costs, whether it comes to insurance premium, property tax increases, utility increases, all creating risks that, if not careful, can create a really negative situation for somebody trying to break into homeownership that might not be able to afford it. So we look at the program design in a way to try and keep the balance in mind. We want to extend access as widely as possible through the design of this program, while also making sure families we serve are set up for lasting success in affordable homeownership. Okay. Oop. There we go. So this slide is a representation of the median sales price across different types of housing throughout the city. So when you look at this layout, you see that based on the sales price data that we were able to collect, townhomes and condominiums are the most likely to be affordable for first-time home buyers, especially with assistance from the city. This next slide goes in a bit deeper. This slide shows what our market analysis found when we compared what local households can actually afford against what different types of homes cost. So each of these four scenarios, there are two bars. On the left is household affordability limit, meaning the most home that they can finance. And on the right is the actual price of a home that fits their needs. The blue is what's within reach. The orange is the unaffordability gap, and the green shows the effect of financial assistance. So single-family homes represent the largest affordability gap, even for a household at 120% of area median income, which is the upper end of who these programs are here to serve. The gap that exists far exceeds what's affordable. The gap increases to well over $600,000 for the same home for a family of four earning 80% of area median income. However, a three-bedroom townhome is affordable to a family of five earning 120% of area median income without assistance, and a two-bedroom condo is affordable to a family of four earning 100% of area median income with the assistance of $100,000 in down payment. The big lesson that we've learned from this market analysis is that assistance works best if it's paired with the right housing type. Down payment assistance can't close a $600,000 gap, but it can absolutely close a $100,000 gap on a condo or make a townhome achievable. And this is why our program design focuses on a realistic, attainable homeownership by matching the right buyers with the right home and the right type of assistance. In both these achievable options, there are households who will benefit from assistance based on income, household size, and other factors like their overall debt to income ratios. So what we sought out to create is a program that would help households earning 120% of area median income or less access a level of down payment that would minimize that gap and therefore the barrier to accessible homeownership. So to support the maximum buying power of low to moderate income households, we're recommending that the loan is a silent second deferred payment loan, meaning that there are no payments that are due during the term of the loan, allowing for the borrower to obtain a larger mortgage. The repayment is based on either a proportional share of appreciation or a 3% simple interest rate that is accruing on the principal balance. The city's share would be the greater of these two calculations. The maximum loan is based on a tiered structure. A maximum of $200,000 is available to households earning 100% of the area median income or less, and a maximum of $150,000 would be available for households earning greater than 100% of area median income, but less than 120% of area median income. The required down payment would be between 0 and 3%. By allowing for this flexibility, we remove the additional barrier to accessing homeownership, which is having both a personal down payment and closing costs. Based on our experience in supporting and managing a number of down payment assistance programs, we have learned that the typical 3% personal down payment and the 2 to 3% in closing costs has been a significant barrier for the ability for these households to even apply for programs like down payment assistance is offering. So in order to try and remove that barrier, we definitely are recommending that we stick with the flexibility of 0 to 3% down so that households can actually access these programs and not have the barrier of not only not having the down payment assistance that's personal, but also the closing costs. Assistance can only be used, the loan term would be a 30-year loan term that is the same requirement of the first mortgage, which must be a 30-year fixed mortgage. Eligible applicants would need to be first-time homebuyers with limited exceptions, and there will be a preference for applicants who either work or live in the city of Newark. So to implement the live-work preference, there will be 2 lotteries, a preference lottery and a general lottery. Applicants who demonstrate that they meet one of these city preferences will be placed into the priority lottery, and available funds will first be made to these applicants in rank order. Once this list is exhausted, available funds will flow to applicants in the general lottery in rank order. Assistance can only be utilized to purchase a city within the city of Newark limits. And then finally, repayment of the loan is due at the end of the loan term upon the transfer of title, if the home is no longer being occupied as the household's primary residence, and upon a desire to do a cash-out refinance. So those are the triggers. When thinking about a first-time home buyer program design, a goal is trying to find the right balance between asset building for the home buyer and long-term ongoing affordability that maximizes the public investment over time. And there are various approaches that have different outcomes on this continuum. Subsidy forgiveness strategies, so think grants, and substance recapture strategies, think silent second loans, are on one end of the continuum spectrum, while shared appreciation loans and subsidy retention strategies like deed-restricted BMR programs lean more towards long-term affordability goals. Working together to find the right balance for the City of Newark has been built in the program design considerations, and we believe mirrors the city's affordable housing goals. So a shared appreciation loan works differently from traditional second mortgages. Instead of charging interest only, the loan is repaid based on a share of how much the home's value grows over time. When the homeowner sells or refinances the home, they pay back the original assistance plus a proportional share of the appreciation of the home. This model has some real advantages, and it also has some trade-offs. So first, shared appreciation loans do a better job of preserving the buying power of the public funds. With subsidy forgiveness, the money is essentially gone over time. With recapture, you only get what you put in, but inflation erodes the value. Shared appreciation lets the public investment grow alongside the market so that these dollars can help the next family. With a simple interest loan, the dollars repaid are fixed to the original loan amount plus a modest interest rate. But California home prices have historically appreciated faster than typical loan interest rates. If a program lends $100,000 and gets back $100,000 plus simple interest a decade later, the repaid money buys far less of a home than it did originally because the home prices outrun the interest that is being earned. A share of appreciation option lets the public investment grow at the same rate as the market is operating within. So when the funds revolve back to the program, they can still meaningfully help the next buyer. In a high appreciation state, this is the difference between a program that slowly erodes and one that sustains itself. Second, it aligns with the basic sense of fairness. Everyone contributing financially to the purchase of the property is also able to reap the benefits of how that home is doing within the market. We share the upside as contributors financially, and if the homeowner benefits from the rising prices, so does the program that helped open the door for that homeowner to purchase. And third, there is no compounding interest. The balance isn't growing year after year regardless of what the market does. The repayment is tied to actual home value, not an ever-increasing interest charge. However, there are definitely drawbacks. The most direct trade-off is that homeowners will walk away with less equity at the sale than they would if they kept all the appreciation for themselves. They're sharing the gain in exchange for the help that they received up front. There's a shared risk dimension that cuts both ways. If the home loses value, the lender shares a loss proportionally, which actually reduces the borrower's downside. So while they give up some upside, they're also protected on the downside. Finally, there is less certainty about the payoff amount because repayment is tied to the home's future value, and neither the homeowner or the program can predict how home values are going to play out over time. So being able to know the exact dollar figure in advance is harder. The bottom line is shared appreciation loans ask homeowners to trade some future equity for upfront access, but in return, public funds stretch further and the risk is shared more fairly among everyone. Our goal in the program design has been to maximize the program impact. The program is designed to be compatible with other local and state down payment assistance programs, as well as grants that are provided by various lenders. Should the city support the independent sale of accessory dwelling units through Assembly Bill 1033 or Senate Bill 9, the assistance could further unlock the starter home in California, which has largely been absent in California for decades. A dual repayment structure helps to ensure that the public investment grows with the market while remaining fair to the homeowner who is benefiting from the assistance. And having both options of a shared appreciation calculation and a simple interest calculation creates a backstop should the market take a turn that none of us can predict. If the market should turn and the home loses appreciation, the simple interest calculation can still protect the public investment. Okay, oops, let's back up. So very briefly, the application process, I just want to run through it so there's some clarity on how it works. It begins with the marketing of the program broadly throughout the community. This includes working with the city marketing channels as well as community groups and employers operating locally. We'll develop a marketing plan. That marketing plan will be approved by the city to ensure that we are identifying the right channels by which to reach the best possible outcomes for the community to learn about this opportunity and how to apply for it. Following the marketing period, we'll begin with an online pre-application where we gather stated information about the basic household eligibility, as well as information that will identify the applicants who meet the city preferences. All eligible pre-applications are then invited to a mandatory application workshop where they learn not only more about the program, how it works, but also how to submit a full application that will include supporting documentation that helps us underwrite for program eligibility. Oops. Let's back up. Okay. Let's see. All eligible applicants are then invited to, scooting a little bit further down. All applicants who attended the mandatory workshop are then placed into a lottery, both the priority lottery and the general lottery, and ranked in lottery position. And then we invite the top-ranked applicants in batches to submit full applications and all supporting documentation for underwriting. When there's an eligible applicant, they are sent to the city, and a conditional approval or reservation of funds is issued. And this allows that homeowner to start shopping for a new home. Once that home buyer is in contract with a potential home, we begin to start working with that entire team, so the real estate agent and the first mortgage loan provider. And we are there to make sure that that first mortgage loan provider is meeting the program requirements for the lender's standard. Once that mortgage loan is finalized and approved, then we submit that documentation and a recommendation for the final down payment assistance approval. Once the loan is approved, we are involved, our team is involved for all activities that are associated with closing the down payment assistance loan. So we'll be educating the borrower on their obligations within loan documents that they are signing, which also includes information and education on property tax obligations, special assessments, HOA requirements, and insurance requirements. As mentioned in the previous slide, we're going to continue to make sure that senior loan that's providing the first mortgage meets all the program guidelines as we process and as we proceed. We'll route city loan documents for borrower and city signature and route the executed documents to title for the title company's processing and recording. And we will collect and we will manage the escrow process end to end, ensuring that the city's escrow instructions, which we will prepare, are completely fulfilled before authorizing any wire of funds. And then finally, we will collect and digitize all recorded documents and certified loan documents for city records, and we will enter all pertinent mortgage information and data into our CMR database so that we can look at it over time and do long-term tracking. And then finally, program compliance monitoring. This is important and is around the long-term success of these programs. Every year, our team will reach out to down payment assistance borrowers to ensure that they are meeting the program requirements, which include living in the home as their primary residence. This involves collecting affidavits signed by the owner, reviewing property tax homeowner exemption status, utility bills, and other documents that we deem are important for that status. We also ensure that the insurance continues to be in place and that the city is named through a proper mortgagee clause. We ask for the most current mortgage statement as well as HOA statements if applicable to determine if there are any delinquencies, and if found, we work with the owner to try and address these issues by supporting them in accessing various and local resources as needed. We also utilize the monitoring opportunity to share new resources and encourage homeowners to reach out with questions around their loan, what it might look like to pay off their loan, what happens if they want to try and refinance for a better interest rate with their first mortgage lender, and knowing that we are here to help them with any of those issues and questions. And with that, I will pass it back to Michael, and I'll close with how excited Hello Housing is to be at this stage with the city. We know how much work has gone into play to kind of get to this moment, and we're excited to be at this place to start seeing this program move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before I make staff's recommendation, I do want to call out one element in the room, which is the availability of starter homes for this program. We do have another program in our housing element. It's program H2.8, Missing Middle Housing, which aims to identify and remove constraints to encouraging small multifamily developments and smaller homes more generally, effectively to produce those starter homes that first-time home buyers and also older seniors who want to downsize but stay in their community can afford. We have engaged M Group, which is a planning consulting firm we had on call to evaluate those potential constraints and support community and stakeholder engagement. We were out at State of the City telling people about this work, and we'll attend more events this summer. And we have a community survey open now. And finally, we anticipate having a planning commission study session later this summer. Missing middle is really no one thing. This diagram was prepared by the Bay Area design firm Opticos, and it shows that missing middle can be anything from a smaller single family home or an ADU to a duplex, a fourplex, townhomes, row houses, or even a 6, 8, or 12 complex building. Historically, these types of housing were much more common in cities across the country, but regulations and development patterns really started changing significantly in the 70s, and they became less common. A lot of the middle housing that Newark does have predates our incorporation. So like I said, we have a community survey open now. We're keeping it open right now until May 29th. It's available in both English and Spanish. Because missing middle can be a lot of things to a lot of different people, we're trying to figure out what that appropriate definition is for Newark so that we can present to you and to the Planning Commission a housing type and a program that meets our needs. So to round out the first-time homebuyer program, the proposed source of funding for this action is the Housing Impact Fee Fund, which has a total balance of $49 million. About $29 million there has already been committed to other projects or programs, which leaves us with $29 million available and unencumbered. The Affordable Housing Work Plan anticipated allocating $50,000 to design of the program, plus 5% of the fund for program administration, or about $2.3 million. Given the fund's growth and the increased cost of home buying since 2021, we are recommending increasing the value of that direct financial assistance to $3 million and approving a budget adjustment to fully fund the contract for Hello Housing that was already approved. So it's staff's recommendation that City Council adopt the resolution approving the draft program guidelines as Ms. Duffy explained the program, a budget amendment allocating the $3 million in direct assistance for down payment loans to qualifying first-time home buyers and to fund Hello Housing's contract, and authorize the city manager to enter into agreements with eligible home buyers to make these funds available. If council approves and funds the program, staff and Hello Housing will move forward with developing application and marketing materials, including conducting outreach to key community stakeholders, including, but not limited to, the school district, Chamber of Commerce, the promotores. And once the program is launched, we'll process requests for assistance and make loans to eligible home buyers. Hello Housing will perform that regular monitoring to ensure that homeowners remember and comply with the terms of their loans and protect the city's investments. And we will return to City Council at regular intervals to report on program outcomes and modifications if needed to make the program a success. And so with that, we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Michael, for the report. Jennifer, thank you for being here tonight to provide some additional information. Is there anybody in the audience that has questions, comments on what they just heard in terms of this presentation? Yes, please, sir, come up forward. Welcome.
Hello. I like the quote, small and mighty. Inside joke. I was looking at the guidelines. I'm excited for the program, but I'm automatically disqualified. One, because I inherited a home from a dead grandparent. So I think there should be certain exceptions for certain individuals. Yes, I'm being selfish, but if they inherit it from a family member, and you're also discounting only children of only children whose grandparents die, and they can only leave it to their grandkids. So there's some small exceptions that those potential home buyers should be eligible for. And then under the asset calculations and inclusions, there's a few points where, I guess for number 5, for the insurance settlements, try to put an exception there, especially if someone gets into a car crash, they get a settlement, because later down in the list it says $60,000 to $225,000. They have to deplete everything from $225 down to $60. That's what's written. So if they get a heavy settlement, then that shouldn't be included in this cost. And then just a clarification on number 7 on that regard, retirement accounts. Try to be a little bit more clear that it doesn't involve your active workplace retirement account. I kind of got confused because it says if it's eligible to withdraw prior to separation or retirement, because we all know if we withdraw from our retirement accounts, we get penalized 10%, and then ordinary income, that's more expensive. But if all that money is going to pay the down or be eligible for the down payment assistance loan, then they also have to pay to the IRS. But so those are a few points to consider. And lastly, the 60,000 and 225,000 figures. I think the 60,000 should be raised a little bit just in case one or maybe both spouses, I don't know the exact eligibility criteria, if one of them loses their job, then a little bit more cushion to stay in that home should be allotted. So whether that figure is 80,000, 100,000, just a little bit extra from the 60,000. And lastly, for the value of their stocks, I think if someone gets really lucky, like if they went to SanDisk or Bloom Energy and it skyrockets and they don't want to sell, they shouldn't be penalized for that either, because the next day it could come right back down. So those are just a few points about that. Excited for the program. It's going to help out a lot of people, especially, I think, teachers. We met a few teachers earlier. I've had a few high school teachers. They commute from Half Moon Bay, Berkeley, and one commutes from Tracy. If they can move down here, saves a lot of time. I used to do that commute, reverse traffic, but nonetheless super long. But thank you for your time. And like the previous consultant said, I'm one of the Newark residents who has to commute down to San Jose for work. So I bid you good night, and thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Mr. Benoon, I don't know, do you want to have staff comment on those, or do you want to take them under advisement? What's your preference?
Mr. Cooley?
I mean, I certainly can. Thank you for your comments. I think they are all real realities that various applicants are going to face. I think when I look at, the asset tests that we have in place, where after the close of escrow, we're seeking that you don't have greater than $60,000 in liquid assets. That's trying to make sure that we are supporting home buyers who don't have the funds to be able to buy a home. And if they have a lot of assets greater than 60, we may be seeing that more public funds are being utilized to subsidize a what-if scenario versus a scenario where that $60,000 can be used as a buffer. When we look at the front-end assets, if you have assets greater than 25,000 that we have in our program design, then we want to see that those funds are being put towards the purchase of the home so that you can utilize less assistance. It's not saying that you can't qualify for the program, but you're going to have to put that money forward as your ability to be able to break into the market is better than somebody else who doesn't have those assets at that level. When it comes to being a first-time home buyer, there are exceptions that are in place. They tend to be related to being a trustee. So that if you are supporting a home that a parent has, that it's gone into a trust, you're not penalized. If you are a co-signer, you're not penalized. But if you've inherited a property, that essentially means you have a home that you've inherited. And so it's hard to break through being a first-time home buyer if now you have a property that you've inherited versus not being able to break into the market at all. It's hard to find the right balance, but I think it's always worth listening to these kind of comments and thinking how they might continue to shape the way that we think about this program rolling out. When it comes to retirement accounts, those are not liquid assets. They are not counted as part of your income. Even if you can withdraw those funds, you are penalized, so we don't consider those as part of the eligibility criteria. Those are protected. We're looking at liquid assets when it comes to overall income eligibility requirements. So.
Thank you very much. And I guess at the end of the day, there's no downside in somebody submitting an application and going through that process in hopes that they qualify, and if they don't for a variety of reasons, they'll certainly understand through that process, where we think you have those assets necessary that allows you to, in essence, borrow for your own home without the need of our assistance. And I appreciate that.
Yep.
Any other comments from anybody in the audience on this item? Well, let me just start by saying, and I have a number of questions, but I'm going to defer those till later. I love this program. I love this program. $200,000, who would have thought we'd be in a situation today where you need $200,000 as a down payment? I'll just simply use my own example. When I first bought my home back in Newark, back in 1983, the house was $85,000. And we were able to assume a loan when you could assume a loan back then, and my down payment was $25,000. So I was fortunate that I had a family that was able to assist me with a down payment of $25,000 because at that time, that was a reasonable amount to be able to assist a family member. If my kids were to come to me today and say, Dad, I just need $250,000 to help me meet the down payment, I'd say, I'm sorry, you have the wrong phone number. It's a different environment. And it finally occurred to me when I saw these prices on homes escalating at such a rapid pace to the point where $150,000, $200,000 is needed just to make the down payment. Not to mention the PMI that goes along with that if you don't hit that 20% threshold. So I do really am sympathetic to first-time home buyers. And we heard nationally, if I recall correctly, the average age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years of age. So that American dream, I got out of college, got my degree, ready to start a family, start a home. Unless you're in one of those careers that Mr. Miguel mentioned, there's a lot of stock options available to me, it's going to be a while. And what compounds that problem is the fact that we're not building any houses. You showed that chart. We are, for every year, I think it was since 1996, if I recall the chart that I saw once, we've been downsized in terms of the number of homes needed to meet the demands throughout the state of California. We're nowhere close to building the number of homes that we need to build. I love this program. It's a great start. We may be able to help 15 home buyers, but when I consider last year we helped no home buyers, 15 is the step in the right direction. And I'll be honest with you, I like the shared equity approach. One, we're deferring the interest. You look at a second mortgage today, I need to go get a second mortgage to make the down payment, 8.99 up to 12.99, just on the interest on that second mortgage. And those numbers may be conservative. So if I'm borrowing a down payment on a second mortgage, or I'm getting the owner to finance that second mortgage, I'm looking at a substantial interest rate that I pay now. It's not deferred, I'm paying that now. So the fact that we're going to defer this interest until such time as the property sells, et cetera, what an incredible opportunity for folks. And I like the shared equity because we're a helping hand. We, the city, we're extending our hand to help you become a first-time home buyer. And now by sharing the equity, you're saying, you know what, you helped me. I want to help that next person. So I'm willing to share that equity but for this program, I don't own a home. So I want to be able to give back. We talk about that giving back. This is an opportunity for someone to give back to somebody else that wants to be a home buyer. And so I like that suggestion. I have a number of questions, but I'll defer those questions to my colleagues for their questions and comments. Councilmember Contaccio.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you also for the presentation. I really am a strong advocate of first-time homebuyer programs. I really just wish we could do more than the 15, but as was said by our mayor as well, that 15 is a good start, and we do have a lot of people that really need the program. I am a teacher. I do also understand, just being in the community, there are a lot of teachers that commute here, not only by BART, but also by trains, and they bring their bikes with them, and then they keep commuting the rest of the way. And so this will give people opportunity. And of course, I mean, Newark graduation is just around the corner, and we really want to influence even our Newark graduates, once they graduate, to be able to stay here. So we could have more success stories like Miss Nguyen was saying, hey, my 5th grader is now grown up and right here still in Newark. And so I really love this idea and the opportunity. I mean, also, I'm a recipient, too, of the first-time homebuyer federal tax credit. that was given out previously, so that it was interest-free for the first year. And then that was something that was able to assist us when we were first starting out as a young family. And so I really do enjoy the idea, as well as the shared appreciation loan, because it's kind of like people are joining with Newark as the family figure or the parental figure in a way. And so, I mean, it's going to ride with the market up or down. And so if there is equity, I'm assuming there will be equity, of course, that it should be shared as well. And that way people could give back to the program. So thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Jorgens.
Yeah, I want to echo my colleagues' comments. I think my first or second meeting on this council, we talked about different, housing initiatives, and this first-time homebuyer program was one of the priorities at that time. And I'm really impressed with the work that's been done over that time. This is, I think, going to be a really good program for our community, and really glad to see it come forward in this form. That's going to be such a strong, asset for our community.
Councilmember Little.
I've just been absorbing the information. It's really, really interesting. I think the thing I found most interesting was just how quickly the jobs have grown, but the housing is not. And that was really evolutionary for me. I really found that really interesting. But sadly, I think the whole thing sucks. This whole thing is just horrible that we're having to do these things, that no one can buy their own house. And it's just sad. And I'm glad to see that the city's stepping up and doing something. But the whole thing, this whole housing situation is very, very difficult. That, like you said, the beginning first age is 40. That's ridiculous. And that's really, really sad. And I really appreciate you guys stepping up to put some ideas and together. I love the shared equity idea. I love it. You go in, I make some interest at the end, you make some interest at the end, it never touches your pocket. I think it's great. So from the bottom of my heart, I mean, the whole situation is just very disappointing. But it's great to have a little bit more information about why, the job situation and things. And I appreciate you guys attempting to do something versus just sitting back and twiddling your thumb. So thank you.
Councilmember Grindal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions. First of all, it's extraordinarily difficult to thread the needle on these issues, and I think you've done a really good job. I may disagree with a couple points, but I have to acknowledge that you've done really, between the consultant and our staff, I think you've done a really great job of crafting this program. So I just wanted to compliment you on that. You can always have arguments about what dials you turn, but I think you've done a good job. And of course, we can adjust this program going forward if we discover problems, and we want to look at that. So I'm with one exception, I'm pretty much not inclined to go into too much dial turning at this point. One thing I wanted to, in terms of the application process, I've seen in the past homeowner education early in the process, like the first step, because if people have a bad credit report that they can get corrected, it's going to crush them when it comes down to getting the bigger loan. If we can address that early on, I'm assuming is dangerous, but let me not assume. Does Hello Housing, do you have that kind of capability, and could we conceivably adjust our program to provide some of that potential homeowner education?
Really good point. And going and working with partners like home buying counseling agencies that are HUD approved will be part of this program. In fact, it's a mandatory process before somebody can actually move forward to the full application process and be approved for a loan. One of the things that we have found to be really helpful to really address that issue that you just mentioned, where credit can really get repaired if they know about it, they understand the limitations on how it may prevent them from moving forward with a mortgage loan, is when we're marketing the program to have our home buying counseling partners identified and named so that we can share that information as we're marketing the program so that they can start connecting with home buying counseling agencies earlier in the process, even before the application period opens.
Right.
So yeah.
I would even think doing it kind of in concert. It's a way of marketing the program, and in both ways, right? You can market this program by having a captive audience to talk to, and also you can market that program by having the hope of a home buyer program at the end. So I hope it can be integrated in that way, because
Absolutely.
because
And we've got great home buying counseling agencies that we've been working with for years. And so it's an easy way for us to
Great.
keep bringing them along with other programs that they want to support.
Thank you for that. Can you give a little more detail about the preference, the preference that for Newark residents and I have a little more complicated questions. Let me just start with that. A little more detail about that. In particular, what do you do about someone who is a long-term resident, right? And they moved, they moved across the border into that other town that we don't like to talk about to find an apartment, and now they want to be back home and they can't. Is there any way of us recognizing sort of is there any way to do that? Maybe that's something that we look at in a later iteration, but is there any?
Absolutely could be looked at. So in AC Boost, as well as some other down payment assistance programs, we look at displacement. So if a long-term resident has been displaced and they're able to show that they lived in the city for X amount of years, or just show a lease, that it's been considered a way by which they can meet those preferences, because we all know that people are being displaced from their communities, and this is a perfect example where that could be a consideration. It's really up to the city on how they want to look at that.
I'll just add that the preference policy, as it's been designed into this program, is modeled after the preference policy that the City Council adopted in January. And so for parity's sake, I would suggest that, we consider any changes that are made as part of this program be applied citywide to other future programs for affordable housing.
That makes perfect sense. And I do want to stress it's sort of built in there, but I do want to stress that above and beyond preference for local, the whole marketing of this program should be based on people who have roots in Newark. Because it's our money, not federal money, we can provide preference. And so really part and parcel to the whole marketing program really should be aimed at helping Newark residents and people who work in Newark. So just wanted to, it wasn't exactly clear in your presentation that would be sort of hand in hand. So that's really more of a suggestion than a question. And then the other issue is just, and I've dealt with first-time homebuyer programs in the past, and it often becomes, the shared equity approach becomes highly problematic. It's, first of all, it retards the sale of the home. When the house sells, that money, the money plus the 3% comes back into the program. If the home buyer doesn't get all the equity that's developed, they're going to be boxed out of the unassisted market. So that they're going to be much less opportunity for them to go. So you'll actually have less churn in the program because of that. So that's problematic. One, two. It's always a question. I think you indicated in one of your slides. The home buyer quickly forgets that deep in the documents that they were reading about, that they agreed to give up a large portion of the equity that comes forward. So they've got a mindset that value in the home is available to make the move to the next home. And when they get into the market, they sometimes get way down the road before that becomes clear. And it becomes very problematic. They come to city councils telling a tragic story about how they lost their house of their dreams because they couldn't do it. And I hope to not have to hear those kinds of stories. So it sounds like my colleagues are okay with it, but I guess I want to be able to reserve the right to say I told you so, because I think it's a challenge. it's a challenge program and it doesn't create that much benefit. And so maybe do you want to address that or?
No, I guess I just have the comment that when we think about the role that we play in not only educating these homebuyers up front, the ongoing role that is played during the monitoring is about helping them remember what they've signed up for. It is about sharing those loan terms, and a program well managed should be sharing that on a regular basis. We've often even provided copies of loan documents to the borrowers during the monitoring process for that very reason, because people lose their documents, they're not reading them on a regular, but we want to make sure that they're regularly informed, because what's really important to us is that the affordability isn't lost through being encumbered by refinancing and taking equity out. That's not equity that's ready to be shared. And we want to make sure that they feel like there is connection to the city through your administration, whether it's directly with the city or with your consultant administrator, that there's ongoing and clarification, that there are obligations that they've signed up for. I think programs that don't have any touch points with their borrowers for long periods of time, there are definitely problems that come up that are even far greater than what happens at the end when they're trying to claim their equity. It's also important to know that this is a proportional share of what you invested in. So it's not an equal split of equity. If you put in 10%, then you have a 10% proportional share of equity versus not. So that equity stance, I feel there is definitely a benefit that plays out to the home buyer. Not only are they paying down their mortgage regularly, which is building that equity, but the proportional share is really something that I think does still bring the fairness to it. You're not getting more equity than what you contributed in proportionally.
Great, thank you. Like I said, I do just philosophically disagree, but we'll leave it at that. The next question I have, which is I think for Michael and maybe for the city manager, is there any reason is the budget that we have in the housing fund spoken for to the extent that we couldn't make this a $4 million because the number of houses is sort of low. Is there any reason we couldn't consider doing that? Is that money all spoken for?
Thanks for the question. No, not as of this time. As I presented recently to City Council, we are in the process of updating the Affordable Housing Work Plan, which will include an updated investment framework with other ideas for the use of those funds. We don't have other uses approved by council at this time. That would just be a further increase from councils have considered in the past.
So let me ask a just clarifying question, Michael. So this would be an annual budget discussion, I would imagine. Yes, in terms of we're setting aside $3 million now. Is this an opportunity at the next budget session we could look at where the program's at, how much money's been encumbered, and whether or not, based on the current balance in our housing impact fee, there's some opportunity to provide additional funding? Is that something we could look at on an annual basis during the budget process?
Sure, we can provide regular updates as to the implementation status of the city's affordable housing work plan. As a part of that, we can certainly look at the allocations and determine if more appropriations necessary. I would like to invite our community development director to provide some additional color commentary. Mr. Turner.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the question. Stephen Turner, Community Development Director. As Mr. Coulomb mentioned, we are working on a new affordable housing work plan that mirrors and is consistent with our work with implementing the housing element. Part of that is coming back to council with an analysis of how we could invest our existing affordable housing impact fee funds for other types of projects. For instance, council may want to go out for another notice of funding availability like we did for the Saha project and provide a set amount of money for a developer to work with the city to develop new affordable housing. There could be also opportunities to work with the school district in partnering with them with their land and our money to help develop affordable housing opportunities on school district land. So we have a lot of great ideas, and we want to kind of put them together in a proposal that we can then bring to council. And that also could include putting more money for the first-time home buyers program, but that would be something that we would put together with the staff recommendation and have council provide input for that.
Can I just add one point?
Yeah.
Sorry. And I know my Councilmember Little has a question too. When understood, no, that's fine. This is a comment, not a question. It's understood that, there may be future needs, but when you kick off a program with such a small number of opportunities, it lowers the buzz that you can generate around the program. So given the balance that we have, I would like, Mr. Mayor, to make a motion to make it $4 million, if you'd allow me to do that when the time is right.
And my only comment on that is, we're venturing into an area that we've not been. We've not had a first-time home buyers program. I'd rather be, as we traditionally on this council have been somewhat conservative when it comes to the use of our funds. I want to continue that conservative approach on how these funds are allocated. I fundamentally agree with you. The more money we put in the program, in my mind, the better. But I'd rather wait and see how it goes for that first year with the $3 million and then revisit and see how the program's going and see if there's opportunities to provide additional allocations down the road. So that would be my suggestion. Let's see how it goes initially, and then maybe next year when this comes back for an update, see if there's opportunities to make further contributions to the program. But I'll certainly entertain your motion when that comes around. Councilmember Little?
So I have a quick question, just real quick. For the lottery system, is it like you're going to rank it like if you're at this level and you get ranked up, like, you're at 86 points, 75 points, or is it literally a lottery, the people who have made the list, someone puts their hand in and pulls a name out? I'm genuinely asking. I mean, is it like
It used to be. We used to have one of those things that you turn and it sort of felt like the lottery of California.
I learned at Love Bingo. I know how it works.
But now that the lotteries have gotten larger and larger because we have more and more people applying for these limited programs, it is now all done through an Excel formula. So everybody who meets the preference of living or working in the city is going to be in this bucket. That bucket's going to go through an Excel formula that randomizes everybody's unique identifying number and then ranks them based on that randomized number. And we do it, we record it, and we post it and we share it.
So when you say randomized number,
Yeah, it's a randomized formula. So you apply for the program.
Right.
You are given a unique identifier because we don't want your name.
I'm number
we don't want
46532.
any, unconscious bias of any kind entering into the application process. That unique identifying number is then placed into an Excel spreadsheet. A randomized number is assigned to that a randomized formula is utilized against all of the unique identifiers.
So it's still a lottery system.
It's still
So
very
it's
much
still-
that. It's
okay.
just now digital, so it's
Okay.
easier to run
Do you guys see what I'm
6,000
asking?
or
Like,
4,000.
if you get this, you get 3 points, and the people who are the top 10 people.
Yeah, we don't do that. So
Perfect,
it's
thank
very
you.
much more simplified than that.
I like the old ball system,
I did too, but when we had 6,000 applicants in our last round of AC Boost, that became a little too hard to.
My grandfather homesteaded up in Tule Lake, California, and it was based on a lottery system. They lived in Richmond, California, and the criteria was you needed to commit to farm the land for a period of time. And this was back in 1931, and he was fortunate to be one of the first to get a homestead up in that area. So there's a lot of folks that are going to benefit from this. I'm excited about this. Councilman Grindal, did you have further comments?
I did have a random question, because it may come up. Would someone's immigration status disqualify them from applying for this program?
No, it would not. It's going to be more of an issue with the senior mortgage lender, not with the city's program.
And based on your experience, Jennifer, would that be an issue for the lender?
It can be an issue for some lenders. There are other lenders that work really well with I-10 documentation, and so that helps to support some individuals who might be in that situation. But not every lender is the team or the skill set to do it.
And that's really what I love about your program, is that you take them from the beginning throughout the entire process, providing counseling, information, instruction, to the end of the product. It's not good luck, Because as mentioned, when you are a home buyer, there's so many uncertainties. And you mentioned, these will be my questions, Michael and Helen. You talked about the long-term commitment that folks need to be aware of. Increase in property taxes, increase in insurance, increase in HOA fees. Do you counsel them that you need to be mindful of these increases, and this is historically what they will be over the next 5-10 years, so you need to make sure you have the savings set aside or the money set aside to be ready for those increases in those accounts?
So that's a big part of the work that these home buying counseling agencies do at the very onset, is to think about the short-term and the long-term budgetary planning process of being a homeowner. I mentioned in the presentation that one of the things that we look for are trends. So, for example, we've been seeing a tremendous amount of issues with supplemental taxes related to homeowner associations. Some of that has been related to deferred maintenance that hadn't been addressed for a number of years. Some of it's related to new state law around common space, and we call it the balcony law, and there's work that needs to be done for condos to remain certified. All of that has turned into special assessments that are affecting homeowners. So when we start seeing those trends, we start working with partners that we know have expert skills in not only supporting homeowners and connecting with their homeowner associations, but advocating for themselves and being able to read the budgets of their homeowner associations. So it's a way of working collaboratively with other nonprofits who have specializations in different areas that we see, whether it's insurance, homeowner associations, or other kind of housing-related issues that can affect those who are in a homeownership process or a homeowner currently. So that's one of the things that we like to do. It's one of the things that we've brought forward regularly in all of our programs. And it is about being able to spot those trends and be proactive about it and start bringing in opportunities like workshops to make sure that those things can get discussed, that education can be provided, and the resources that might be needed are forthcoming. So.
My last two comments, and Vice Mayor mentioned this. This council worked extensively on the live-work preference in the city of Newark, and there were a number of hurdles that we had to kind of overcome. Thank you to the city attorney and staff for helping us get into that point. But it's something that we've long strived for. I'm excited about ADUs at some point becoming an opportunity for a first-time home buyer, because the sale price of an ADU on a property is significantly lower. We might be able to help a lot more people. Michael, your expertise in the housing area, my wife and I are fortunate we have a condominium up in Portland, Oregon, which was an apartment complex converted to condominiums. Do you see that trend ever kind of cropping up again, where apartment buildings will be converted or can be converted to condominium uses?
Thank you for the question. That has been a concern, actually, of some jurisdictions in the past who have been concerned about losing their rental stock. It's been happening much less frequently in this current market here in Newark. So I don't anticipate that being a phenomenon here anytime soon.
So we have a recommendation from staff. Are there any last comments? If not, I'm going to take it separately, if I may do so, City Attorney. The Councilmember Jorgens has suggested that, Councilmember Grindal has suggested that we look to raise the amount of funds from the housing impact fee from 3 to 4. Reminding my colleagues that it was 2 and we raised it to 3. I'm not going to support the motion for the reason I mentioned. I think I'd like to see how it goes for the first year. It's not that I don't agree with the notion the more we can loan, the more folks can participate. I just want to see how it goes for that first year. So I'm not going to support the motion. Are there any other comments on the motion before we take a vote? Councilmember Grindal?
Again, I wanted to, the reason I think it's important at the get-go is so that the program has some fireworks at the beginning. It draws more attention to it. And so, but yes, that is the motion that I'd like to make.
Okay, any other comments on the motion before we vote?
I have a question. If we, at the current amount of 3 million, is that 30 houses? It's 100,000 each, right?
Thank you for the question. It's up to $200,000. So if every loan was made for $200,000, that would be 15 loans. We don't expect that to be the case. We do expect that the average loan will fall somewhere between $100,000 and $200,000. 15 homes is really just the
So
bare
first year would be
minimum.
15 homes max.
Minimum.
15 years? Okay, 15 minimum. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Please vote.
There should be a second on the motion.
I'm sorry. Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it. I agree.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Grindal, second by Councilmember Little. Please vote. And that fails on a 1-4 vote. The motion then before the board, the council rather, is to accept staff's recommendation. Can I get a motion in a second?
Happily moved.
By Vice Mayor Jorgens, seconded by Councilmember Contancio. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Again, thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for all the hard work you do. I'm excited to hear how many folks participate in the first lottery here in Newark. I can only imagine. But we look forward to this. So thank you. The next item, ladies and gentlemen, is item number 3 on the agenda, waive full reading and introduced by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newark, repealing and replacing Chapter 2.11, election campaigns of the Newark Municipal Code. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. This is a recommendation from city staff to the municipal code as it relates to elections here in Newark, particularly financing. Our presentation tonight will be provided by our city attorney. Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Benoon. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. I'll be providing a presentation this evening. As the council is likely aware, the municipal code, well, I take it back. The municipal code has a provision in it related to campaign contributions and voluntary expenditure ceiling limits. I'm going to cover those details in a moment. One thing that came to our attention is that this provision as crafted is most likely inconsistent with the U.S. Constitution, as it establishes a penalty for not accepting the city's voluntary expenditure limit. As a result, we recommend an amendment to the municipal code pursuant to the proposed ordinance. So the current code provides that the council candidates have 2 options. They can accept the voluntary expenditure ceiling or reject it. If they accept the ceiling, which is established at $1 per resident at each election, so approximately $45,000, then they can raise up to $500 from an individual or corporation, et cetera. If they reject the expenditure ceiling limit, then they are limited to $100 per individual, corporation, et cetera. And when I say voluntary expenditure ceiling, what that means is that the candidate agrees that they will not spend more than that dollar amount related to their candidacy, so advertising, signs, et cetera. So as a result, there are potentially different contribution limits depending on whether a candidate agrees to limit their campaign spending on any given election. The ability to utilize funds in support of their campaign is thus restricted based on their acceptance of a lower campaign contribution threshold. And courts have universally held that government-imposed mandatory expenditure limits are unconstitutional, and particularly expenditure limits that, that establish different campaign contribution thresholds depending on acceptance of those limits. So as a result, staff proposes that the City Council consider the proposed ordinance. The ordinance would establish a campaign contribution of $800. This is an increase of $500 for those candidates that accept under the current ordinance that would accept the voluntary expenditure limit. That $800 would reflect the CPI adjustments since the last update to the municipal code and would be consistent with both Union City and Fremont in the Tri-City area. Union City is at $800 and Fremont is just slightly over at approximately $850 per individual. 7 of the 10 comparable Alameda County cities have no local campaign contribution limit and thus default under state law to a limit of $5,900. So in most cities in Alameda County, you can raise up to $5,900 per individual. The contribution limit would apply for the full election period. So for city council members, that would be 4 years. For the mayor, that would be a 2-year period. There is no limitation on candidates using their own funds. This is consistent with First Amendment principles, and courts have also ruled that it is not constitutional to limit an ability of an individual to use their own money to express themselves or support their candidacy. And as I discussed earlier, in order to comply with constitutional principles, the ordinance would eliminate the voluntary expenditure ceiling provision. Some other technical aspects of the ordinance is that aggregated funds would be treated as coming from the same source under certain circumstances. So if an individual and a business were the same entity or same person, it could be treated the same under most circumstances. That's just one example. Loans and debt would not be considered campaign contributions unless unpaid for 1 year following the election. And the ordinance will also provide that debt retirement committees, contributions made for debt retirement committees would be limited to the $800. So it still counts as a counter contribution, even though it's beyond the election period. And if a candidate inadvertently accepted excess contributions, the ordinance will provide that that candidate has 48 hours upon becoming aware of that excess contribution to return it and not be in violation.
Contribution or return the excess amount of the contribution?
The excess amount.
Okay.
That's correct, Mayor. And with that, the recommendation is to waive full reading and introduce by title only the proposed ordinance, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions.
Great. My comments before I open it up is I'm certainly willing to accept the $800 per candidate so that we can hopefully move this item forward. Any other questions or comments?
Is it $800 per candidate per family or per person?
Per person. So for instance, husband, wife, you could get $800 from the husband, $800 from the wife.
Okay. It still seems like a lot of money. I'm okay with the 500. I don't want, so one of my concerns with increasing the cost, and I don't want to waste a lot of time because everyone's tired, but one of the big things is I don't want this to be a who's got more money type of campaign. I want people to judge people on campaigning on what they're doing and their attitude and things like that. Once you start putting a lot of money in, similar to what you're seeing a lot of stuff going on with a lot of campaigns, $250,000, $300 million, $250,000, $250,000, $350,000. It's almost like who's buying it. So I'd actually prefer to keep it at 500, but I mean, if that's
Councilmember
my 2
Grindal?
cents.
I was going to say the same thing, but I was going to first ask a question. Has there been any, historically, how long has this limit been in place, and have there been any pushback or problems with the $500 limit?
It's been in place for, I think, almost 20 years. 15 or 20 years, I forget the exact date.
The $500
Yeah.
limitation has been in place for almost 20 years.
2007, I believe?
Excuse me?
Was it 2007?
I believe it's 2006.
That's 2000, around 2007. And the one comment that I'll make in that regard is that courts have also held that the limit can't be too low because then you're also infringing on First Amendment rights, because the ability to speak includes the ability to spend money to get your message out or raise money to get your message out. And so, you know, there is one other city that has $500. That's Dublin. If that were, I think that would be okay. But again, I think my recommendation would be to revisit it in the near future or consider at some point inserting a CPI adjustment in the future to account for that. Because obviously, you know, $500 in 2007 is not the same as $500 today.
Yes, although I do agree with Councilmember Little. I think since we really haven't had any problems with it, I think we should keep it at 500.
And at the end of the day, I'm okay with that as well. Any further comments on this item? Councilmember Contacchio?
Although at the end of the day, I'm also okay with that idea. I'm just thinking that when we're hearing from the city attorney as well, that $500 20 years ago isn't going to buy you the same thing. And so it's going to be more difficult as the campaigns continue. Ideally, we could also adjust it today, thinking about inflation.
Yeah, and my worry would be that, you know, we have 20 years of experience of $500. We don't see those scenarios that we would be worried about. And my worry would be keeping a campaign contribution limit much lower than everywhere else in Alameda County would create a situation where only people who are able to self-fund their campaigns would be able to run. I don't think that's a good circumstance to be in. So I would be more concerned about that and would like to see us more in line with what other cities in Alameda County are doing.
So your suggestion would be more along those lines of Union City and Fremont, raise it to the 800?
Yeah, let's keep it there. We have, 20 years of experience of, about that, and we haven't seen any issues. And I would worry about if we keep this bar too low, the only people who would be able to run for would be people able to self-fund. And I don't think that's a good situation to put ourselves in.
I have a question before we
Yes, ma'am.
continue. I had a question regarding whether we know how much is $500 worth from 20 years ago to today. Do we know the inflation rate around about?
We did do this essentially matches about CPI. I think the assistant city manager did do an adjustment. And so this is just about CPI. So
Okay.
$500 in 07 is $800 today. Is that about right? Using it on the conservative side.
Okay, well then with that clarification, then I too would be amenable to going forward with our neighboring cities and moving it to 800.
I still don't agree with that. I just think, because you can ask them for 500 and them for 500 and them for 500, right there you're at 2,000. I just would prefer us to focus on our campaign on what we're doing, not how many signs we're going to throw away in a couple of months. I really think we need to focus on the issues, not how much money. My 2 cents still.
Councilor Randall?
Ditto.
Okay, I'm going to support the suggestion that with the fact that we haven't raised that rate in 20 years and it's consistent with what the dollar valuation would be today as opposed to what it was back in 2006, because it does cost a little bit more money to run a campaign. And though we've all, this council here, have run very frugal campaigns, and that's good for us, because I think to Councilmember Little's point, we recognize if you want to get elected in Newark, you better be knocking on doors. And as somebody wise told me once, nobody votes for a sign. They don't vote for signs, they vote for people. And so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we raise the amount to $800 per staff's request. Can I get a second?
I'll second the motion, but I believe on the motion, we also need to have something about the voluntary the voluntary expenditure ceiling and getting rid of that.
Okay. Is that correct, City Attorney? We need to eliminate the voluntary.
So we need to have 2 parts of the motion, one to eliminate.
So so if my understanding is correct, Your Honor, is that your motion is to, the ordinance that's drafted eliminates the voluntary expenditure ceiling and has an $800 campaign contribution limit. So if the desire is to move forward with the ordinance as prevented, the motion would just be to
accept staff's recommendation.
Accept staff's recommendation to waive full reading, introduced by title only, the proposed
Great,
ordinance.
and that'll be my motion.
And I'll second the motion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Please vote. And that passes 3-2.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newark repealing and replacing Chapter 2.11 Election Campaigns of the Newark Municipal Code.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last item on the agenda is consider a resolution amending the master fee schedule to aquatic center non-resident user fees or accept staff's recommendation to take no action. Mr. Benoon?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, and members of the council. If the council may recall, at the previous city council meeting, the council approved an update to the city's master fee schedule. The schedule excluded recommendations to most recreation and community service department fees, as a comprehensive fee analysis is currently underway. This analysis will review our fee structure across all programming, facility rentals, and passes. A significant part of this process is to determine the cost of services and to adopt a policy that would establish the appropriate amount of subsidy for recreation programs and services. The council directed staff to return at a future council meeting with options to increase the daily passes at the Silliman Center for non-resident users, setting them at either 20% or 25% above resident user fees. Staff has prepared 2 resolutions for council's consideration. However, staff does not recommend modifying any recreation fees until an analysis is complete. As will be explained by staff this evening, modifying the fees now and then modifying them in a few months after the study is complete could create confusion for our public and our community, all while we are working to simplify and streamline our fee structure. As such, staff recommends not taking any action this evening and instead deferring any decisions until comprehensive analysis is complete. And then at that point, we can amend the fees. For tonight's staff report, we turn to Interim Recreation and Community Services Director, Ms. Roya Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Well, City Manager covered the majority of my report, but I will review what I have prepared for you this evening. As City Manager mentioned, at the April 23rd City Council meeting, Council requested staff evaluate the non-resident aquatic fees equal to 20% and 25% above resident rates. To provide a little bit of background, the Silliman Activity Center has 22 non-resident user fees right now. That includes drop-in rates and a variety of different pass options. The admission fees provide access to the aquatic center, the fitness center, and the gym. There is no standalone aquatic center fee. The existing differentials range from 0 to 26% between resident and non-resident fees, and the average differential is 14%. So this slide summarizes the 2 interim fee options. The proposed changes would impact pass categories differently. Some senior passes would actually decrease, while the majority of other pass fees would increase at varying levels. Under the 20% differential, projected additional annual revenue is approximately $2,700. And under the 25% differential, it's approximately $8,600. It is important to note that the single day rate for the drop-in admissions is not included in this projected revenue because we don't currently track non-resident and resident drop-in fees. In evaluating these fee scenarios, staff identified several key considerations for this interim increase. These include the ongoing comprehensive fee analysis currently underway, operational impacts with the interim implementation, and broader market and customer considerations. I will review a few details about each one of these on the next few slides. So as City Manager Benoon mentioned, the department is currently conducting a comprehensive fee analysis. This analysis will evaluate the Recreation and Community Services Department fee structure as a whole. This includes sports, facility rentals, classes, and admission fees. We'll be looking at the cost components, both personnel and non-personnel. We will be doing a cost recovery analysis and looking at policies. We will also be analyzing neighboring agencies to make sure that the costs remain competitive. We do depend on non-residents to fill some of our classes. Some preliminary analysis shows that most agencies do not charge the non-resident differential for drop-in admissions. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 22 fees alone just for admission. So we're also going to be looking to really simplify and streamline our fees. And we anticipate presenting the final recommendation to council in September of 2026. So another consideration when looking at implementing these interim non-resident fees before the comprehensive analysis is completed is the operational impacts. The most significant operational impact would be the added step of resident verification at the drop-in for drop-in fees. It would impact wait times, impact front gate operations, especially during peak periods. The implementation would also require updates to the point of sale system, website and public materials, signage, and staff training. These efforts would then likely be duplicated after the completion of the full analysis. There are also several community considerations. This includes maintaining the competitiveness with comparable facilities. As council is aware, the Aquatic Center is currently closed for maintenance until June 22nd. And during this time, many users may be exploring alternative facilities to use during the closure. And we want to ensure that we remain competitive to avoid those barriers that could discourage users from returning once the facility reopens. The interim fee changes may also create customer confusion or frustration, particularly if additional fee adjustments are recommended following the comprehensive analysis. These temporary changes could complicate the future fee restructuring efforts and create additional administrative burden associated with the implementation. And so with that, staff recommends that City Council receive the information presented and take no action on any fee adjustments at this time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Is there anybody in the audience that has questions or comments on this item? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and begin, if I may. Again, I don't support raising the fees at this time. I didn't support it the last time this came to us. For the sole purpose that staff is currently preparing a comprehensive fee structure for the entire aquatic center. And I think it behooves us to wait for that study to be completed for the reasons that you articulated. I would hate to see a fee increase that would then go into effect in a month or two and then come back and have to raise the fee again based on that analysis. Coupled with the fact that we do rely on non-residents to supplement the revenue necessary to provide a lot of the programs and services that we do provide at the Silliman Center. My worry is that by raising the fees, it may discourage folks from coming to the Silliman Center because of that fee increase and looking at alternative locations for them to get that training or education or whatever the case may be at another facility, which could create a situation where we are either not enough in the class or having to cancel the class. So that worries me. I did find it interesting, in all honesty, that the fees would actually go down based on the recommendation by the council. So that surprised me. So I'm not going to support raising the fees at this time. I'm going to go along with staff's recommendation. Let's wait for the comprehensive study to be done. Let's look at the data. Let's look at the data once, and let's make an informed decision and not be bouncing back and forth in terms of what we think is in the best interest of the community at this time. Councilmember Jorgens. I'm sorry, Grindal. I'll get it right. It's late.
It's okay. So, a couple questions.
First of all, during the discussion of the council last time, I settled on focusing only on the drop-in fee. So I think the rest of the fee should stay the same. There was a differential in historically. There's been a differential in the cost for non-residents and residents. That changed relatively recently. I can't pin down exactly when, but it has at some point in the not too distant past there was a differential. Fremont charges more for non-residents for their water park. And by the way, Fremont charges their own residents $24.99 to enter their water park. So we are quite a bargain already in that. I can't see that Fremont would be highly competitive with what we're offering. So I think it's unconscionable that Newark residents are paying in their taxes dramatic amounts of money to subsidize the operation of the aquatic center and the Silliman Center, and that they're waiting in line with people paying the same. And this, and if we were to wait for that program for that analysis to be done, the entire summer peak season would have expired. So I think we should raise the rates we should add $2 to the non-resident fee, which makes it about a 15% increase over the resident fee. And I think we should do that as quickly as we can. As you know, as the pool opens, we can help to offset the massive subsidy that we're providing for residents of another city.
Thank you, Councilmember Vidal. Other questions, comments? Councilmember Contancio.
Yes, thank you for the commentary and all of the numbers actually in the presentation. Are you explaining that if we did increase the drop-in fee now, that potentially we could also have to revisit it and increase it again?
As part of the comprehensive analysis, we would be looking at all of the fees, including the drop-in admission fees, to make sure that it is in line with a cost recovery policy that we will be recommending to council.
Okay, and that makes sense too. It sounds to me like we would need the full comprehensive analysis. And I noticed that you were mentioning that we currently are doing reconstructive things right now into the end of June. And then we're looking at doing the comprehensive analysis. Is that in July? And then we would get a report in September?
So staff have already begun the comprehensive analysis. We just need a couple of months. And with the August recess, a reasonable timeframe we believe is September to be able to bring that comprehensive analysis before council.
Right. Okay, and I'm just trying to understand it a little bit better. Like when we're thinking about other options that people might have and if they're shopping around, in your current analysis so far, have you seen that there's a potential that people might not come back?
Yes, we've actually heard from a few customers. Our biggest competitors are actually not Fremont, because Fremont's water park is a outdoor true water park. There's people that attend the Silliman Center that use it just for lap swim. So they pay the $13, they come in, they swim their laps, and they leave. They aren't spending the whole day at the water park. So they're looking for much simpler aquatic centers that just have a drop-in rate for a pool. So they're most likely going to Milpitas or Hayward.
Do we know Milpitas and Hayward's rates yet, or is that something we'll
They
learn?
are lower than Newark's, $7 and $11, and I can't recall which one's which, and they do not have a differential between resident and non-resident rates.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is if we do this approach, then potentially we could lose customers.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Little.
I have mixed feelings on both sides. I see both sides. I really, really do. So it's a tough one. You know, it really is. I can see both sides to it, and I think I can see points, but I also see Terrence's point of view of jump it now while we're getting the renovation. Hey, we renovated. By the way, the price went up. Yay! So I don't know. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, any comments? Okay. Yes. Councilmember
Can I make a motion?
No, I want to make comments first.
Okay, of course. I meant in time.
Yes, let me think of my comments now that I got to get my mindset back together. Are you anticipating when you come back with a comprehensive study that you're looking to raise the daily check-in for non-residents? Or are you looking, because of the logistics associated with trying to navigate 50 kids in line as to which ones are Newark residents, which ones are not Newark residents, are you looking at a differential on the daily drop-in rate at this point? Or are you just simply looking at maybe raising the rate for Newark or non-Newark residents for the daily drop-in?
That's a great question. Thank you, Mayor. At this point, we are looking at all options, and that's why we need to take a look at the neighboring jurisdictions and seeing what they're doing. I can tell you that, like I mentioned, there are a few other cities locally that do not have that differential. And then again, thinking about the community and the impact that it'll have to check in. Those are two key considerations. But without having done a full analysis, I think it's preliminary to say right now.
I don't want to see, Mr. Benoon, this is directed to you. I don't want to see city staff spending a lot more time on now implementing a separate fee schedule for a 60 to 90-day period of time, knowing that we're going to get a comprehensive study back that may change those rates across the board. We have 22 different fees that we're looking at. It's an incredible amount of time just to prepare the work that was prepared this evening. If we didn't have a comprehensive study coming forward, I would agree with Mr. Grindal, Councilmember Grindal. We need to make sure, because I've always felt non-Newark residents need to pay more than Newark residents. I've always felt that. And I still agree with that, but I don't want to do something on a temporary interim basis, knowing that I'm going to get a comprehensive study on all of these fees and the simplification of these fees when the study comes back to us in September. So again, I'm going to suggest to my colleagues that we take no action at this time. We do it the right way, and we wait for the data and the study to come in before we move forward. Councilmember Grindal wants to make the motion that we do what?
That we, oh, it is on, that we raise the non-resident fee, drop-in only, to $15. That's my motion.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second on the daily drop-in fee, which is currently how much?
14.
14 to go to?
It's 14 now?
13.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
13 to 15?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
13 to 15.
Yeah, sorry
On
about
the,
that.
on the daily drop-in rate, is there a second? Seeing no second, can I get a second motion?
I don't think any further action is needed.
Oh. We don't need to vote on staff's recommendation, Mr. Bonone?
No, Mayor. Fees would stay as is.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Let's go on to council matters. Mr. Benoon? City manager update.
Yes, good evening, Your Honor, members of the council. We have 3 updates for you this evening. There's the slideshow. The first item, tenant protection program is now in effect. Rental registry is now open. Newark's tenant protection ordinance is now currently the law of the land. Landlords must register their rental units with the city by July 1st. Additionally, landlords must provide tenants with a notice of tenant rights by July 1st of 2026. Registration and required materials can be found on the city's website, listed there on the screen. Second slide. Bike to Boba Trail, now through May 31st. The City of Newark is partnering with boba shops and restaurants to bring Newark's Boba Trail an opportunity to explore the community and support local favorites. Public is encouraged to visit any of the participating shops or City Hall to grab your passport, purchase your drinks, and collect stamps along the way. Submit your passport with at least 1 stamp by Wednesday, June 3rd, to be entered into a raffle, and 1 lucky participant will receive a special prize. And last but not least, Newark Gardens 2 waitlist is now open. This is a 50-home senior living community located at Cedar Boulevard. They are now accepting applications. They must be submitted by May 20th at 5 p.m. Eligible applicants must be 62 years of age or older. Rents are income-based and subsidized by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. There is no minimum income requirement. Maximum income limits apply. Applications are available on Saha's website, listed right there. And that concludes updates this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Benoon. Councilmember Little?
I have 2 quick events. Just want to tell you guys that tomorrow, so this month of May is Brain Awareness Month for people that have brain cancers and brain tumor. And the Jammer Strong Foundation, which is a local Newark resident foundation here for brain tumors, is currently having a fundraiser tomorrow at Panda Express. So if you guys online order, and you can use code, everyone write it down real quick, write it down, everybody see everybody write it down, exactly, 901-5245. What's that number again? Sure. 901-5245, just in case. 901-5245. And the money that you spend, 28% of it will go to the Jammer Strong Foundation for the money that stays here in Newark. So big thing is shop Newark, eat Newark, and please help out the Jammer Strong Brain Tumor Foundation. Second thing is I've had a lot of parents reaching out to me and they want Pokemon Day again. So back by popular demand, we're doing Pokemon Fun Day. It's gonna be all kids are welcome to come. It's Newark Kids Pokemon Meet and Greet. It's gonna be at 88 Card House right next to Lazy Dogs. It's gonna be the first Saturday of June, so June 6th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we are having Pokemon actually sending us some big door prizes. So we're gonna have some fun again. It's gonna be great. But it is a free event for kids to come out to get off electronics and get outside and have some fun and start trading cards.
So the number 901-5245, I thought that was your lottery number for a first-time homebuyer program.
My number is 867-5309.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Grindal.
Yes, thank you. As we discussed at our last meeting, I strongly believe that we need to be moving forward to improve the coordination between the schools and between the schools and the city. I was criticized for not having any details on the proposal, so I went ahead and prepared some. It's on my website at terrencefornewark.org. So if people want to see that, and I'll be continuing to bring that forward. I'll be submitting my proposal to the city manager and asking him to attach it to the staff report when we consider the CIP on May 28th.
Excellent, thank you. Anything else?
Yes. Newark Memorial is doing a night market tomorrow night.
Order Panda Express first.
Is it only tomorrow?
It's only tomorrow. It's only Friday.
So lunch at Panda Express and the night market.
There you go.
You got it?
Yeah, it's all in my head.
Okay.
No, literally, it's all in my head.
They're doing a night market in the employee parking lot in the evening. I believe it starts at 5 o'clock. I lost it though. Sorry. You can check the website, Newark Memorial Night Market. You can find out all the details, but I believe it starts at 5:30. They have numerous booths. The money goes to support the school, so please, and then the kids. So please get out there and enjoy a night market. Secondly, I'm going to be having a coffee with a council member. Differently than usual, it's going to be a Monday night at a Starbucks. That's at a Starbucks on Cedar. That's 39201 Cedar. That's near the high school.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be there. Please stop by, and we can talk about anything that any resident wants to talk about in terms of how to improve the city. If you can't make that, feel free to give me a call at 510-936-3670. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councilmember Grindal. I think it's important that not only your coffee get-togethers with the community, but all of us reaching out to the community to hear them and take in their concerns and issues and suggestions is important. Councilmember Contancio.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I was able to attend at New Park Mall over the weekend, the AANHPI festival. And while there, I was able to buy food, buy new shoes, and see their performances as well. And it was a really exciting time, I think, also for a lot of Newark residents. They were all asking about the drone show, and we were able to all head outside. And there was a lot of entertainment that was there too. And additionally, I was able to be a reader for a lot of the scholarships for Newark Memorial High School. Their big, massive ceremony is actually tonight, and so they said their regrets for not being able to also be here with us tonight as well. Next week, there are going to be 2 board meetings, one for Ava Energy. I believe Vice Mayor Jorgens is going to be coming in as alternate because I also have another meeting that day. I'm going to be at Alameda County Water District's meeting, and then I'll report back. Thank you. And remember to shop Newark.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so So prior to this evening's council meeting, we went out and planted a tree. It was a coast live oak. This is a departure from what planting trees would have meant in the early days of Newark as a town, where planting a tree would have almost certainly meant planting a eucalyptus tree. So the first eucalyptus trees came to the Bay Area in the 1850s during the gold rush, where wood was needed for everything. And eucalyptus grew well in Port Saul, maybe a little too well. And then the eucalyptus came to Newark almost immediately after the founding of the town. The railroad had inherited plans for a town site that included significantly more parkland. They kind of took that out, and instead of doing that parkland, they said, okay, we're going to plant thousands of eucalyptus trees. They didn't quite get to that number, but by 1885, there were many that had grown to 50 to 60 feet, and the eucalyptus trees became a common sight throughout Newark in the late 19th and early 20th century. And all the coast live oak we planted today might not have been in line with the desires of the Newark residents of the 1870s and 1880s. I think we're still in that historic tradition because, as a native tree, the coast live oak would have been a common sight here prior to the 1870s and, should serve future residents of our community well.
I have no fondness for a eucalyptus tree. The fire up in the Oakland Hills, a lot of that was extended by the eucalyptus trees that are basically, torches that are exploding, and so I don't have a lot of love for eucalyptus trees. Thank you for the historical perspective. Couple reminders, folks, that May is Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, there were 6,335 motorcyclists killed in traffic crashes in the United States in 2023, representing 15% of total highway fatalities that year. In California, there were 583 motorcyclists that were killed. So be safe. And if you're not driving a motorcycle, you're driving a car, be on the lookout for motorcyclists who like to split lanes, and it's certainly permitted in the state of California. But if you're a driver, check your mirrors, blind spots before changing lanes. Do not follow a motorcycle too closely. Always keep a safe distance. I was coming down 101 years ago in the fast lane from San Francisco, and a CHP motorcyclist put on her lights and sirens to pull over a car in front of me. The car panicked, hit the brakes, and I watched that officer in slow motion lay that motorcycle down and get up uninjured. She knew how to handle the bike. If you see a motorcycle with a signal on, be careful. Be sure that the rider is turning before moving ahead. So just be mindful of motorcyclists out there, as we need to be aware of bicyclists out there in our community as well. And last, big thanks to the folks that do tree plantings in our community. We did a tree planting at Mirabeau Park. We had over 80 volunteers. The number of volunteers planting trees at our parks grows every occasion that I'm out there. We planted 26 new trees. Big thanks to those folks that continue to look at opportunities to make our community greener and more environmentally friendly. So with that being said, again, thank you for the patience tonight. Mr. Manoon, thank you to all the staff for all the hard work they did, and this meeting is adjourned.